Okay. All quiet. All right, it's 6 o'clock. Let's start. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today's Tuesday, May 20th, 2025, and it's approximately 6 p.m. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. All City Council members are present. And I've asked Betty Heil to please lead us, Councilor Betty Heil, to lead us in the pledge. If you'll please stand and join her. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Appreciate it. Agenda item number 2. We have citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens, guests, visitors that would like to address the council? Please come forward and you state your name and just generally where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes. Yes, Daniel, if you'll. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Yes, for new city council, the proposal that I made last night.
And your name, Daniel?
My name is Daniel Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rodriguez.
And I have a proposal for a Veterans Monument to be done by the city sometimes. And I already gave some copies to the city council.
Yeah.
But these are for the new ones,
okay.
The new city council members. And they can read it over. They can read them over, or the other previous city council can hand them up. Okay?
Very good.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. Do appreciate you being here this evening. All right. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Okay. Seeing no one else, then we will move to presentations. 3.1, recognition of outgoing Council Place 1 Benny Martinez and Council Place 5 Will Bradshaw in appreciation of years of service to the City of Leon Valley. And what we're going to do is I've asked the councilors if they'd like to say a few words, and we're going to take one at a time. So if Mr. Martinez would like to say a few words, and then we'll go down and we have a outgoing gift that we'd like to present to him. All right, so Mr. Martinez, if you'd like to begin. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Leon Valley, for my years as a city council member. I believe I've done the best I could to try to further Leon Valley and make it a better place for everybody to live. I know we've had some discussion and disagreements with some of the projects coming about, but I view it's for the better of Leon Valley, and I have to look at it like what is best for Leon Valley. Another thing I'd like to mention is to the Veterans Memorial. I really support that, and I believe that we need to do something with the trailer that the library annex uses and have that space for a Veterans Memorial. I think that would be a perfect location for it. Everybody can see it from 3 sides, and people going to the park will be able to see it, and it'd be a close proximity for maximum viewing. But I highly encourage Danielle, I believe, to contact the other service groups, American Legion. There's several posts in the area. Veterans of Foreign Wars, other agencies, and see if they can't rally together and do something that's better as a combined effort for this memorial. So that's the one thing I'd like to I would like to see this done, but get other people involved in this than just the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Martinez, if you'll join me down at the want to thank you for your, do I need
No, she's mic'd up already. I have the judge mic'd
That's
up, so
okay.
you're gonna
Let
have,
me try to yell, which I'm not good, very good at.
so you're gonna
There you
have to
go.
use
Thank
your
you.
auditorium.
All
voice.
right,
There you
thank
go.
you very much. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We're going to miss your technical expertise all the time, so we appreciate it. I wanted to thank Mr. Martinez for his 9 years of service. What I'm always going to remember and be grateful to Mr. Martinez about was that he helped save the natural area. We didn't pave it, and that was really big, and that's how he got involved. And so I thank you for that, and always remember that, plus all the other things we've gone through, but we do appreciate it. On behalf of the City Council and the staff and the citizens, is this on? We want to present you with a beautiful clock that says, "Thank you for your time and service. Benny Martinez, Council Place 1, 9 years." And I want to turn it around and let Crystal get a picture. Let's give Mr. Martinez our heartfelt appreciation. As I say, we'll see you in the hood, right? You're not getting away. We'll see you in the hood. All right, thank you. So I'm going to turn over the mic to Councilor Will Bradshaw for a few comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did prepare a few thoughts on the last 6 years, and I'll try and be somewhat brief. But since being elected in the May of 2019, I've experienced a lot with the City of Leon Valley. First thing that happened right away was I participated in a recount. The election was called into question, and so we had to go downtown and with the Bexar County and do a recount, and I ended up winning by 16 votes. Mm-hmm. And then I was sworn in, and then I was sworn at, and almost immediately after being elected, the city charter was weaponized against Councilor Martinez in a 312 hearing, and many of you remember that. It was hours and hours and long nights of meetings and hearings. Something I definitely wouldn't wish upon anybody. I witnessed citizens being arrested and threatened for not going with the majority rule. One of them was even in the council chambers after a meeting. I was subject to scam ethics hearings along with our mayor. Mm-hmm. I saw 2 former councilors hijack the will of the citizens and choose one of their friends to vote the same way as they would and overturn the will of the people. And after that, they turned their sights on me. They tried to remove me from council. And how did that work out? I had to get a federal injunction. I was granted a federal injunction that prevented them from removing me from council. And a little more than a month later, many citizens participated in a recall effort. Change Leon Valley Project got together and gathered over 600 signatures and were successfully in the recall of 2 councilors, and the other ones lost the election. I've been through 4 city managers, not through 4, I'm on our 4th. I've received at least a half a dozen red light camera tickets. One of them is in the time capsule, I believe. I'll pay it when they get it out in 50 years. I've changed jobs twice, and I also lost my parents during this time. So despite the tumultuous time in the beginning of the council, I believe that we've accomplished a lot. We took back our city with the recall and the historic vote. During the 4th of July, the very first 4th of July here, which I think everybody loves, they know Leon Valley for the 4th of July, but COVID hit. And so 4th of July was canceled. And so I think it was a hard time for everybody. So members of the Change Leon Valley Project had this idea, got together, and we put up probably about 500 flags up and down Everest Road in Leon Valley to kind of remind everybody that even though we're not allowed to gather together, we're still with each other. So I think that was very nice. We stopped the towing of vehicles from citizens' driveways for having expired registration, despite some fear-mongering that the city's going to be overrun with wild chickens. We passed a animal ordinance, thanks to Councilor Hefner. We renegotiated the city's garbage contract. We refinanced the city's debt, which saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars. We passed the lowest property tax rate in 20 years. We approved a 20% homestead exemption to save residents money on their property taxes. And then more recently, we approved 6 or 7, I think 7 now, new developments, which totals over 800 properties in Leon Valley. This is a 16% increase since 2020, according to the census. And this is going to add, by my calculations, I think I'm being a little bit conservative, but over $1 million a year ad valorem taxes to the city. I swore an oath when I was elected, as you will tonight, to protect and defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States and the state of Texas. I've tried to stand for the rights of citizens, for private properties, owners, and for religious freedom. But it's normal and healthy to have debate. That's what we're here for. We don't always have to agree on everything. And I think we've had a healthy council since the beginning that we don't always agree on everything, but we still try to do our best to get things done with our vote our conscience. And just a few examples of the things that I didn't vote for. I was looking this up. The red light camera extension that actually happened. There's an extension on the contract, and it ends in 2039. It was a 20-year extension. That happened the meeting before I was sworn in, so I didn't participate in that, even though I was opposed to it. I voted against a $1.2 million purchase of water rights, which is the highest price that I've seen paid per acre foot in South Texas. And I voted against the recent increase in Leon Valley water rates, which I showed increases our rate, the Leon Valley water residents, more than 30% higher than SAWS. And like I said, we don't always have to agree on everything. There's people may not have agreed with all my decisions, but it's okay. I want to let you know it's okay, and it's important for you to admit when you're wrong. That was kind of a joke. I want to thank God for allowing me to serve the citizens of Leon Valley, my parents, and my siblings for the example and their support. I got my interest in politics and kind of my passion for politics from my mom. She was a member of the Ronald Reagan presidential campaign, and she got this Medal of Merit from President Reagan. So back in the day. I want to thank my friends and my neighbors who've always been supportive and provided me good feedback and advice on things regarding the city and what we need for the neighborhood and what they like and what they don't like. And of course, the citizens of Leon Valley who put their trust in me to be their voice. I want to also thank my fellow council members, present and past, who've worked together to get things done. Thank Mayor Riley and all of them. We're not paid. People forget that. It's not a paid position. Even some people say, well, at least the mayor gets paid. I'm like, oh, really? Is that so? No. Mayor doesn't get paid either.
I haven't seen a paycheck.
So it's a lot of volunteer time, and it's not just the meetings, it's the preparation, it's the stuff behind the scenes, answering emails, trying to respond to citizens. I want to thank the City of Leon Valley staff, the city manager, police department, the fire department, public works, library, and all the staff who make the city run smoothly. And then just a special thanks to Josh Stevens and Eric Mata and the late Sarah Smart. Many of you knew her.
Yeah.
Because they really did help when I was first. I don't think I would have made it through the first term if it wasn't for those 3 late nights and long hours of investing their time. I'll just close with these 2 things. As a member of the Boy Scouts of America, when I was growing up, a lot of you know, we were always told to, when you go camping, when you go on a camping trip, leave the campsite better than you found it. And so I'd like to think that I have left the city better than it was when I started. So, and then just finally, a wise king once said, when you're in the service of your fellow beings, you're only in the service of your God. And so I just leave that with you, and thank you for the last 6 years.
Thank you, Will. Do appreciate it. through a lot, haven't we?
Yeah,
But we came
still
through it.
alive.
Yes, we're still alive. Okay. I do, definitely. We're going to miss you as well. Let me again thank Mr. Bradshaw for his leadership and you can tell in his voice his passion, his determination, his focus on doing the right thing in his mind, and he's done a great job. He really has. We've been a really a better community because of this change starting in 2019 that we went through. So we've come out of it, and a lot of people ask me, how is it? And I said, oh, it's great. It's a much, much better, calmer city than what we had gone through back in 2019. So thank you for your leadership in that. So let me give, again, this beautiful clock to Will Bradshaw, Council Place 5. Thank you for your time and service from 2019 to 2025. And put it on your
If anybody would like to join, we're going to Texas Star Inn.
He's having a party.
I heard it's an open bar. Just tell them to put on Betty Martinez's tab.
There we go. Hey, thank you. And if our chambers could, just one more round of applause for the service of Mr. Martinez and Mr. Bradshaw, please. All right. The next presentation is where we're going to, we say goodbye to our long-serving counselors, and now we are going to welcome two new counselors who've taken the place in 1 and 5, and then we were going to welcome back Counselor Philip Campos for place 3 in just a few minutes. Judge Rosie Alvarado, who's a district court judge, will swear them in. But I'd like to just introduce her first. Judge Rosie Alvarado is the judge of the 438th District Court in Bexar County, and she is a graduate of St. Mary's University in 1999 in biology, which I thought was interesting. And then she went on to law school at St. Mary's Law School and graduated in 2002. She's licensed to practice in all of the Texas courts and the United States District Court for the Western and Southern Districts of Texas. Prior to her service on the bench, she represented individuals in personal injury and family law matters, and she enjoyed a successful federal civil litigation practice involving Federal False Claims Act, which now I know what that is. We had a case recently. That's a lot of work. And civil rights cases involving police misconduct. But in addition to her duties as a district court judge, Judge Alvarado manages a therapeutic court. I don't know if how many of you knew this, called PEARLS, P-E-A-R-L-S Court. And it stands for Preparation, Esteem, Achievement, Resiliency, Learning, Strength, and Stamina. The mission of PEARLS Court is to invest in female girls aged 4 to 18 who have been placed in foster care. Statistics reveal a dismal outcome for this population of girls. 33% become homeless, and only 3% graduate from college. Pearl Court supplies therapeutic care and case management, life skills training, and mentoring. 88% of the girls of this program advance to the next grade level, 92% forego motherhood, and 72% of our high school graduates are accepted to higher education institutions. And those were the recent statistics that they have. During her Judge Alvarado's service on the court, she received the La Prensa Foundation Woman in Action Award and the Northside Education Foundation Pillar of Character Award, and she is also a fellow of the Texas Bar Foundation. She's engaged, as you can tell, and she's a proud mother of 2 teens. I think they're older now. I think one's in college, right? And her hobbies include cycling, fitness, gardening, writing, and adventuring. So, Your Honor, thank you for taking time out of your busy day to swear in the newly elected Leon Valley City Council. I told her, because I work downtown and my husband is in the law, and so I told her, you're going to experience some traffic coming out this way, because we do that every day. So let's give a round of applause and show our appreciation to Judge Alvarado. And I'll go ahead and read the presentation. The Honorable Judge Rosie Alvarado will administer the oath of office, and there will be a presentation of the certificate of election to Council Member-elect Danielle Bolton, Council Place 1, Council Member-elect Philip Campos, Council Place 3, and Council Member-elect Beth Mersch, Council Place 5. And we'll take one at a time. So, Councilor-elect Danielle Bolton, if you'll come forward, please, and Judge Alvarado, and we'll...
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Well, it's my honor to do this for you. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and administer to you your oath of office. If you would please raise your right hand. And in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, if you would state after me, I, Danielle Carrier Bolton,
I, Danielle Carrier Bolton,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office
that I will faithfully execute the duties of office
of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, Council Place 1.
of the City of
City of Leon
City
Valley,
of Leon Valley,
Texas,
Texas,
Council Place 1.
Council Place 1, sorry,
Is that right? Of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will to the best of my ability
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and the laws of the United States
and this state.
and this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations to you. You just need to sign your name right here. Okay. And today is the 20th, right? Yes. Okay. There you go.
So going to jacket I just don't do a picture with you guys. Thank you.
You want to take a picture with each other?
Okay.
And then if you'll take your seats.
Okay.
Yes, you bet.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Come on.
A few words? Don't want to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. I look forward to learning all the new things I'm going to be learning, and I hope that. Oh, do I need?
Okay. There you go.
I'm pretty loud. You sure? I want to thank y'all for the opportunity to serve our community. I plan on being a good listener and taking what I hear from y'all and using it to help all of us make good decisions on what the citizens want, what the citizens need. I hope I make everybody proud. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Have another, up there. Yeah. Okay.
Take it short.
Yes, I will. I will.
Please say it in short words.
I absolutely will. And again, it is my honor to do this for you. Okay. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas.
And by the authority of the state of Texas.
I,
I,
Philip Campos, do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of
of the office of
the City of Leon Valley, Texas,
the City of Leon Valley, Texas,
Council Place 3
Council Place 3
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will do the best of my ability
and will do the best of my ability
to preserve,
to preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Please sign right here.
All right.
Okay, my turn.
All right.
Still nervous after all these years. All right. There.
Okay. All right.
All right. So picture, and then if you want to say a few words.
All right.
Go ahead.
So number one, I'd like to thank everybody who's here today in the chambers and those watching on our webcast. And I really want to thank all the voters for placing their confidence in me for re-election. While I didn't have an opponent, I did receive a remarkable number of votes, and I'm very proud of that. And I hope that you will see that I will continue to serve the citizens of Leon Valley and to preserve our city to go forward in the future. So thank you very much.
Okay, hello. Thank you. And again, it's my honor to do this for you. Okay, if you'll please raise your right hand and in the name and by the authority
In the name and by the authority
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
I, Beth Mersch,
I, Beth Mersch,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of the City of Leon Valley, Texas,
of the office of the City of Leon Valley, Texas,
Council Place 5
Council Place 5
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will do to
and will do to
the best of my
the
ability
best of my ability
preserve,
preserve,
protect,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws of the United States
and laws of the United States
and this state.
and this state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Sign right there. Okay. Mayor?
I too want to thank the voters for putting their confidence in me. I know that I have a lot to learn in this new position, but I am committed to doing the very best job I can, to learning all I can in order to serve the citizens of Leon Valley. I am a long-term Leon Valley resident, and this city means a lot to me, and I hope to show that to the voters, to know that they have placed their trust in me wisely, and I plan to do the best job I can do for them.
And Your Honor, please come forward. We'd like to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for coming all the way from downtown to do this. Seeing new people and then saying goodbye to our old officers. Thank you. Recess at 6:29? All right, very good. Thank you.
Do you live in Forest Oaks, or where do you live? Forest Oaks.
House at the Trilogy project today, and they gave us food and everything. But it was
Oh, really?
and you know, just what I said. These are the ones that got this investment. They were at the university, not something new. Guess what? They were referred to them. And then another one.
And they're gonna have, and it's gonna be at a higher price point.
And they were realtors there.
Oh, is that, this is here, Trilogy Grove?
I'm sorry to see you and Betty go. I guess I'm not supposed to say that. Mr. Michael Burlock. It is.
It's a new opportunity, right? It's been a fast year for you guys. Back when I think about it, and I was like, yeah, but you've been there a year already. It does not seem like that at all. Yeah, very nice.
That's not what they said back then. Tell your husband, women have osteoarthritis more than men, and give them a percentage. And just like I'm not around, so that when I get to be 80 years old, there you go. And so I still walk. My joints wouldn't be worn out. It doesn't work. You know Katie Pepperoni restaurant on Everest? Okay. She had it done for her niece. In fact, when it didn't work the first and second time, the guy said, I'm throwing it the third time for free. And it didn't work. Then you go, now what? You know, it's kind of like that. No, but I was thinking of a supplement from Mexico, which the United States declared that it's no good because it has 6 times the level of hercules in it. And so they took it off the market here, so I ordered it at that time. Marty got $6. She got down. And now I can take them from Walmart. And now Mexico is taking it off. And that was the only thing. Within, what, 2 hours? An hour, all things were gone. I mean, I couldn't. No, it was a big husband. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. So what I did was I worked over and I took one 2 days ago, and I was almost ready to take one away so I could walk in here and look like a person and not an 80-year-old woman that I am. And I forgot you. But my other daughter contained with 2,000 milligrams of hyaluron. And I popped 2 of those. So we'll see. It's a little bit better. Yeah. Oh my God, it's awful. It is really good. I mean, yesterday we had this wrist, today this one. And if you look, if you hold your hand up, hold your hand up. Like that. Okay, hold your mind. You don't want to be wearing them because they cold. No, I'm not. And I'm an artist. It takes a while, but I had 7 months ago, I dropped the blood pressure. I was 45. My 60s, my 70s were my wrong side of the day. I did a lot of that. No, I never smoked because it's too down, and I have to get things done. I'm always moving and doing things, and for me to be laid out, that's worse than death. Arthritis, I won't do it. There's one time, I was having a party and somebody lit it up and said, here, try it. I went, no. And they said, I don't want it in there. One puppy, whatever it is. I'm sitting on the couch, and I was being sucked in through the cushions of the couch into the cement underneath the floor. And everybody's leaving the party, and they're saying, I miss my man, goodbye, and I'm going. Meanwhile, I was trying not to be sucked in through the couch. I didn't know the couch was already done. I mean, in my mind, my feet were up in the air, my blood was going. And I was fighting to stay above the plunge in the cement. That's the God honest truth. And everybody said, that was it. No way. No, it was. Yeah, it was. Because I was on my street for my son, who was hyperactive. And when they put him on lithium and they put him on yeah, it turned it into a zombie. So somebody had said something about marijuana too, and I said, how do you do that? Well, here's a couple of seeds, grow it, when you get through, take it, hang it upside down, and let the THC go to the end of the leaf. They break off all the branches, get a big pot of water, throw it in there, and that's what I did. And I used to send it to the school, because we came to the handicap door. And they stayed focused. They were calm, they were alert. And this is what we need to do. And that's what that's why they said I can get it for him now and just use the leaves and make the thing. But I was told to branch it, so that's what I did. I can send it on the school bus right now. But it's better to do that than the
You're a numbers guy, and I know that you talked to him about numbers. Usually,
there's no way.
in the hotel, 51% can now be 80%, like $1,000.
I think it's they didn't split it out at the time, but then somebody requested, I don't remember.
Yeah, because it's 40.80.
So if you had those two numbers, they just, that's
It was unsteady, and today, and this was
Okay.
way back.
Yeah. That would make more sense because it would be $40,000 right there.
Same thing. He sits
Okay.
down there.
Yeah, this way I don't have to, and you know, I was talking to the right person.
Because, and it's all with the eyes, so he can't get an eye doctor because he can't tell us what he sees.
So, and for.
So, yeah, I'm all for natural all the way, and that's why we did it. So it's just dead. It's dead. And I said, but that's the deal, yeah. Yeah, I do have the, I look forward to it. We have a lot. But I can't do that. Could you wait for thank you. Not.
How are you doing? Your trip?
He said that he would have liked to see my That's right. That's right. Definitely. Yeah. Did you go? Did you get any? No, to sell. It was good experience. Then he didn't get an invite either, just saw it. No, I did. I heard that from a girl. They said like you've never been. I saw it way for Kara. This one was gonna knock out. Thanks. Where did you go? Is it not my life? Now that I'm out in place, and then you go back and the year starts.
And I can finish in December. So not, I have to take in the next year.
The one
It makes a difference in my scale, I don't know what my monthly pension payment will be. I just have to wait and see.
So are you gonna have to go back home tonight?
I am, yes.
And it's gonna be in Austin or?
Hopefully there's no accidents on 35, my time was investigated. It was.
Oh, I know, I came in.
How long does it take you to get, like?
An hour.
An hour? An hour?
An hour to get from school to here is an hour.
What's school?
East Central High School. Well, it's only 18 miles or
That's
something
cute.
like that. It's really not that far, but.
30 years.
I did.
Oh, for the murder charge? Yeah. That was an old one, though. He got 30. It was today that he got pleaded out?
It just came out, so he just,
And then she got cookies.
I think that's the apartment.
it just came out on the phone.
You're faster than me today. That's the stuff I'll text y'all. I normally like, here's the case at 12 report, just so she knows.
Like it just popped up.
Bill Miller's, oh yeah. 2 hours ago. Yeah, the Vista Del Rey one. That's the Vista Del Rey. But it was from 2022. It was a thing that happened in 2022.
Honor, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure. Bye-bye. Enjoy. We
Thank
will.
you, ma'am.
Have a great first day in session. Okay. Thank you. Take care.
But that's good because then that means my detectives did their job.
We just got through.
Everybody's all gone?
They were only here for the show.
Yeah.
I've never done one of those.
Oh, boy, drinking. For the Texas Tourism.
And documents out for review. I mean, really.
Was that a jury trial that y'all did?
We ended up settling it.
Oh, good.
Mediation, but it was like. Yeah. All right, we got everybody? Okay, I'm looking at the.
Okay. We are now back from recess at 6:52. And I want to thank Sandra Posley for doing the reception for us. Thank you so much. And the clocks and everything for our outgoing council members. And, of course, all of the documentation that y'all have to sign away your lives, when you become a council member, right? So thank you for all that. And anyone else who helped, too. You and the manager. So thank you. Okay. Agenda item number 5. Presentations are continued. Let me see. Where is my... There it is. Do I have Marissa Castro? Oh, there you are. Great. Agenda item number 5.1. Let me read it, and then I'll come down and present this to you. Presentation of a proclamation for World MS Day in the city of Leon Valley. Marissa Castro, National Multiple Sclerosis Society Ambassador, is here to receive this proclamation. And so please come forward. Let me take a little swig of
So everybody come on.
Dust off your cup.
No, there's nobody.
Here you go.
Okay, thank you.
And Chad's up here because Chad participates in the bike MS.
Oh, that's great. I love it. Okay, I know. I've known people that have had MS, and it's just. I mean, it's. And it can come on,
Yes.
right? As an adult, right? Not as a.
And a
Yeah,
child, yeah.
and a child too. Yeah. So I mean, I was reading all about it, but it was just like, oh. So I'm so glad that we can bring attention to it today, and I'm so glad that you could be here, Ms. Castro. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me, Chad, come on.
Oh,
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
Y'all go ahead.
All right. And I thank you for your. Do you raise money? Is that what you do through your biking?
Yeah, participate in fundraising and raising awareness for MS. And
That's great.
She's actually the team captain.
Oh, wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you for asking me. I appreciate this, as I always love to do proclamations for good causes. Okay, 2025 World MS Day. Whereas multiple sclerosis, MS, is a neurological disease of the central nervous system affecting over 3 million people worldwide and 1 million people in the United States alone. And whereas multiple sclerosis generally strikes people in the prime of life between ages 20 through 50, and the cause and course of the often debilitating symptoms of MS remain unknown and no cure currently exists. And whereas the National Multiple Sclerosis Society is committed to a world free of MS, heightening public knowledge about and insight into the disease. Whereas together we have transformed what it means to live with MS and provided global leadership to help achieve our vision of a world free of MS. And whereas since 1946, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society has been a driving force of MS research, relentlessly pursuing prevention, treatments, and a cure and has invested more than $1 billion in groundbreaking research. And whereas funds raised through the Multiple Sclerosis Society fuel research on pathways to MS cures and invest in the MS research workforce at the best medical centers, universities, and other institutions throughout the U.S. and abroad, leading to many breakthroughs in the treatment of MS. And whereas the mission of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society is to cure MS while empowering people affected by MS to live their best lives, and one that all Americans and Californians should support. And whereas the City of Leon Valley, Texas recognizes the importance of finding the cause and cure of MS and expresses its appreciation for the dedication that the National Multiple Sclerosis Society
and the Lone Star chapter.
The Lone Star chapter has shown towards creating a world free of MS. Now, therefore, I, Chris Riley, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the great state of Texas, do hereby proclaim May 30th, 2025 as World MS Day, and do commend this observance to all of our citizens. I encourage all residents of the City of Leon Valley to learn more about multiple sclerosis and what they can do to support individuals with MS and their families. Signed by my hand this 20th day of May, 2025, Mayor Chris Riley. So let's please show our appreciation to Ms. Castro for all your work, and for Sergeant Mandry for his work. And would y'all please say a few words?
Thank you. I appreciate this recognition. I specifically asked Chad to be here with me. He has definitely been a huge supporter in our bike ride. He has been a captain for an individual with MS, and last year, I believe, did a 100-mile route in one day with a person with MS. 100 miles in one day.
Okay, in one day. Okay.
In one day.
Still a lot.
It is still a lot. And he has just, he's been a great representative of your city and of our community. He comes back year after year and fundraises and uses as many connections as he can to go toward the fundraising that goes toward the research for medication and for support groups. I will say that when I was diagnosed in 2012, the medication I'm on today did not exist. So again, those fundraising efforts are proven to work, and we will continue to do so. My purpose really in asking for this recognition is to spread that awareness of multiple sclerosis within the city. I oversee the San Antonio MS Community Council, and we're always looking for places to be to provide resources. So I hope that this will be the beginning of a great bridge for any residents or anybody that I think we probably all have a connection somehow to MS, and it is definitely a learning lesson every day. Whether you've had it for 20 years or 2 years, I still don't understand it myself. But again, I'm here to support everybody else that is newly diagnosed, and nobody has to go through this by themselves.
Well, thank you for your words.
Thank you. Thank you.
The most valuable thing I can give is my time, and it doesn't cost me a thing. So if I can use it to raise awareness, I appreciate it. I appreciate them letting me spend time doing it, and again, I just love doing stuff. So.
Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
All right.
guys. Thank
you. And we'll definitely spread the word. Maybe we can put this on the RE News. Okay, thank you. This one is off. Did I have another one that was going off? Did y'all? Oh, no, this is all, both of mine are off, so I don't know who's that.
Oh, the person that was here. Okay.
So it wasn't
me, yeah.
I'm always good about turning off my phone because I think that's really important. Okay. All right, y'all. This has been a very interesting council meeting. Okay, we're starting now again at a little bit after 7 with presentation 5.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the city's pay plan for FY26. And we have Dr. Crystal Caldera here, our city manager, to present. Thank you and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So more than happy to present if y'all would like, but y'all do have the bail bonds item here, and the individual is here this evening. So I don't know if you want to move your item. Both the next two presentations are staff presentations. Not that I want to cause disruption to the agenda, but he is here, so I don't know if you want to take him up on the. I'm just offering that up.
So what's the pleasure of the council?
That's fine.
You'll want to move those two next. So then, by consensus, we'll move, we'll take next 9.1, and is there another one besides 9.1?
Next, the other, our regular agenda is a staff person, so then you can go back to your regular.
Okay, so we'll take 9.1, then we'll go back to the pay plan. So, okay. So, hi, Mr. Castaneda, how are you? Okay, we're glad that you're back. Let me go ahead and read the agenda item, and we'll have Susanna Huerta
I'll
to
get
present.
up there. She's probably coming from her office, but we're.
Because we want to take you out of order so you don't have to sit and go through all of the, so we want to bring you, we're trying to accommodate you. Yeah, so, exactly. Okay, so as per the manager's suggestion and the council's agreement, we will take 9.1 next on our agenda. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance for a non-specified use request to revise Chapter 15 zoning, Article 15.02 zoning ordinance, Division 2 rules of construction and definition, and Division 6 permitted use table to establish the definition and use bail bond facility as being allowed in the B2 retail zoning district with a specific use permit, SUP, and in the B3 commercial and I1 industrial zoning district by right. We did have a first read on May the 6th, and the council had a discussion and decided that they wanted the new council to look at this with fresh eyes and give input and then vote on it rather than putting it in the consent agenda. So that was the direction.
And just one thing, y'all, so the question has come up from a few of y'all, whether or not y'all are required to put them in the permitted use table. You are required to put them in the permitted use table.
We are.
Yes, so you don't, not what we recommended or not the suggestions, but you have to place them somewhere in the permitted use table. They are requesting to get a zone, and so that's what essentially you are doing. You can't just say we're not going to put you in here by go away. You have to put them in a zone.
Okay, and then
now what the requirements are, you can require an SUP. We can go back and change.
You can require an SUP on any zone.
Any zone
okay,
you
that
want.
was my question.
And
okay,
so I just wanted to make that before you start the discussion and say, I don't know if y'all are going in that direction, but if y'all were going in that direction, I wanted to make it clear that you have to select an appropriate zone for the business usage. But that's what y'all are discussing today is business usage, proper use. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. Do appreciate it.
I'll turn it over.
Susanna, good afternoon and welcome, or good evening and welcome. And if you'd like to present
good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Our new
welcome to our new members, even though I know both of them from other boards and committees, but welcome.
Great.
And congratulations. Yes, today you're considering a request for a non-specified use of a bail bond facility. And you did consider this at your last meeting. Before you is, should you approve amending Chapter 15 zoning, Article 15.02, Division 2 definitions, and Division 6 table of permitted uses to include a definition and the use of a bail bond facility with a specific use permit and by right in certain zoning districts. And you have the options of either approving what's before you, denying the proposed amendments, or making other recommendations, considering other options. The zoning code does have a process by which applicants may propose new uses, such as this one. included in the zoning code. So bail bond facility is not currently in the permitted use table, and the applicant is proposing to have it included. He is actually asking for it to specifically be in 5700 Warsbach Road. However, what you are considering is just in general what zoning district it can go in, or it should be in. Staff is recommending that it be included in the permitted use table and be allowed in the B2 retail zoning district with a special use permit, and in the B3 and B3 commercial and I1 industrial zoning districts without an SUP, so by right. We will also need to revise Chapter 15, Article 15.02, rules of construction and definitions to include a definition of the use. And the definition that we're proposing for a bail bond facility is a business that provides bail services, essentially acting as a surety. The business posts a bond with the courts, guaranteeing a defendant will appear for all scheduled court dates. In exchange for this guarantee, the company charges a fee, and the business must provide proof of current license by the state of Texas. And bail bond facilities are currently regulated by the Occupations Code in Title 10, and it's in the same section that's related to law enforcement and security. This use is typically located in enclosed business office or standalone buildings with no outside storage, and they follow regular business hours with some walk-in customers. However, most of their customer inquiries are by phone that take place with staff being on call 24 hours a day, but not at the location. And this is just a section of the code that provides the process for applicants to be able to submit a request when a use is not listed in our permitted use table. And this just goes over the process that it must go first before the Planning and Zoning Commission and then City Council for a final decision with public hearings. This is the proposed amendment as being proposed by staff, and it shows not being permitted in an O1 or a B1 to be allowed with a special use permit in a B2 and to be permitted by right in the B3 and I1 districts. Fiscal impact, it may encourage these type of businesses to relocate to Leon Valley, which could possibly increase ad valorem taxes and or sales taxes by bringing more people into the area and going to adjoining businesses. The use is currently not listed in the permitted use table, as we stated earlier, and staff recommends that bail bond facility be defined and that zoning districts be assigned to provide applicants with the necessary process and requirements for approval. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval in a 5-1 vote.
Okay.
That is all I have, and I know the applicant is here and would also like an opportunity to speak.
Yes.
And staff is available if you have any further
Okay.
questions.
Let me ask the council, do you have any questions for Ms. Huerta on her presentation specifically? If not, then Mr. Orozco, go ahead.
I do, Mayor. Ms. Huerta, can you go down, come back 2 more slots about the Valerian, right there. Now, isn't the property owner already paying Valerian tax regardless whether he moves in or not? Isn't that correct?
He does pay taxes on the value of the building, and I'm not sure if the appraisal district looks into if it's occupied or not, if it would have a higher value depending on who the occupant is.
Remember, this is a use that can go anywhere in these zoning districts. So if a bail bonds facility wanted to build a building on a vacant lot, that would certainly increase the ad valorem taxes, and that's what we're talking about. If they're in an already established shopping center or already established building, then no, it's not going to increase the ad valorem taxes unless it keeps the building from being condemned or something like that.
But the owner's already paying Valerian tax on it.
Any owner is.
Remember, you're discussing use. Where he's being located, because y'all know he's being located in Warsbach, shouldn't be part of your consideration. You're looking at whether or not you're going to allow him in B2, any B2. So it could be a vacant piece of land, any other shopping center that's B2. You're looking at use. You're not looking that he's going to be located at 6500 Wurzbach. You're looking at the use of what the business is bringing in the zone that you're putting them in.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez, would you weigh in on that, please?
Yeah, I was just going to say
Yeah.
they would also have their personal property renditions that would be part of the ad valorem taxation as well, as not only with the real property, but with the personal as well.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we'll ask Mr. Castaneda, did you have a statement, or what did you, I know just for those of you that weren't here last time, I had asked him, because I'm downtown, and all the bail bondsmen are downtown by the jail, and I said, why are you way out here? And what was your response?
My response was that there's nothing available in that area. And I saw a bail bond company down here on 410 in Bandera. And they're there next to a barber shop, things like the same place where I'm at, where I chose, right? So that's why I figured that we could. And the rent's a lot cheaper. It's a lot easier.
Okay.
So the last two times y'all asked me what is Mike's Bail Bonds going to do to bring revenue to the other businesses, right? What can we do to help out to bring the sales taxes up there? So what I did was we talked to the barber shops, the restaurants that's down the office, right? We could do flyers together, and we're going to be passing out flyers to increase my business and to increase their business, so we could bring more revenue to the area. And that's one of the ideas that I had. You asked me the last time, what are you going to do to bring business to the other businesses around you? So we came up with this idea. You know, coming up, bringing more business for the barber shops, for the restaurant, and there's I think a nail salon next door. So that's the idea that I had.
Yeah. I thought that the issue is that, and I thought Mr. Diaz had come and spoke to the council last time, is that you don't, as your service doesn't generate sales tax, but like a restaurant would, or the nail salon. I'm not sure who all, but that the
question
issue?
was, what am I going to do to bring more people into the area? So that's what we came up with, that to team up with the business to help them increase their business also as well.
And you mail it or go door to door, or?
We got people passing them out at the stores, at the malls, everywhere.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So it's pretty good. I think that's a good idea to bring back.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think I was concerned about the hours last time we talked about that.
And you told me, look,
Yeah.
if we get you approved or whatever, you can't use the office 24 hours, just at a certain time, you know, like maybe 10, 11 o'clock at night, shut down. But at the end of the day, I don't stay open all night. We don't have the office open all night. Yeah.
All right. Very good. Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Campos. And if you wanted to say, if you'll just raise
How
your
are
hand,
you?
then I'll
I'm sorry I wasn't here the last
Yeah.
meeting.
Yeah, I know it's the first time we meet, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Meet you.
tell me, what activities actually take place in your office?
Just answering calls, calling to the county jail to get bond information, checking court dates. You know, sometimes the families come to pay to bail out a loved one from out of jail, things like that. Out of the 20 years that I've been in business at for bail bonds, have I ever seen anything happen at the offices or anything like that? You know, so because Councilman Orozco, is he here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Orozco, he had asked me about a situation that happened in downtown, but in downtown they have a real bad homeless problem in that area that they need to take care of. It's really bad down there. So it's not part of whatever the bail bond companies that are there.
So your office doesn't put ankle monitors?
no,
Is that
no.
somebody else that
No,
does
we
that?
don't do that.
Okay.
The ones that put ankle monitors are the probation's office and down with the pretrial program and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So, number of visitors, what do you anticipate? I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
in and out. And then most of the time when they're on call, they got to go down there to the jail and, turn in the paperwork or whatever. Sometimes we'll meet the clients out there at the jail or whatever. Well, most of the time it's just like family members that come in and out. 5 minutes tops. That they come in, sign, pay, whatever. Doesn't take that much time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Mersch, Councilor Mersch.
How you doing, ma'am?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I saw in your biography or whatever that you're relocating or expanding from Laredo, And I guess I'm having trouble understanding from Laredo to, or from the valley to Leon Valley, that's kind of a huge leap. Did you see a specific need in Leon Valley for your services, even though there are 3 bail bond facility within 5 miles of Leon Valley?
What I was looking at is Bexar County.
Okay.
And when I saw the office available here, it happened to be Leon Valley. But yeah, I'm expanding. You know, I got an office in Maverick County. I got my office in Laredo. We post bonds in over 45 counties in Texas. You know, we're just trying to grow, man. That's all we're trying to do.
Okay.
You know,
And how do you feel about the competition that's on 410 in Bandera, or there's one on Woodlawn, there's one on Culebra? So does that interfere with your growth potential at all? Or?
No, when I saw the office there, I said, you know what, maybe I could get an office around this area also, because I saw the area. But the competition is good.
Okay.
You know, very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, Mayor, I just would like to remind the council that what we're looking at is a amendment of our zoning ordinance to include bail bond, not any specific application before you for a rezoning.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know. And that's where we want it, right? Where the actual zoning district. So I'm in favor of the, where is that little thing? Industrial and B3.
Right, correct. What's in front of you is where you might allow that.
B2, I just.
Can I say something?
You may. Go right ahead.
I just want to let the council know that I've been renting this office for the last 7 months already. You know, I've been spending.
Oh.
You know, I've been spending money. I've been trying to get approved, and finally we got in here, and we're here before you. I just wanted to let you all know that.
And you were doing bail bonds out of that office?
No, I've been renting.
Okay,
I've been
just renting it.
No, I've been renting the
in
office.
anticipation of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have to get the approval, get your blessing, and then go before the bail bond board as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Did you have something else, Ms. Mersch? Go ahead.
I definitely, I would like to make a motion that we add to the permitted use table the bail bond facilities, but only for the B3 and the industrial with specific use permits, and not at all for B2.
I'll second that.
Yes. Okay. All right. We'll have further discussion. So we have a motion by Councilor Mersch and a second by Councilor Orozco to allow the bail bonds in B3 and I1 with an SUP. Any further discussion? And I do have a citizen that would like to speak, so come on up. And then I'd like to hear from the council if you have anything else.
Then Mayor, sorry, I know I'm out of order, but there is a, Frank Gonzalez submitted a letter, and I emailed it to all of y'all, but I printed it out for you, Mayor. I don't know if you.
I don't see.
So it says it's signed there by Frank Gonzalez. And so I just want to make sure y'all were aware, but I did forward you his email.
Did everybody read it?
But it was
Yeah.
later on in this afternoon.
Okay, yeah. Okay, very good. Yes, Mr. Diaz, come on up. And good evening and welcome back. And just a reminder, you are on the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Yes, thank you. And congratulations to the new members, and Mr. Councilor Campos, congratulations and welcome back. I was the only one that said no. Again, nothing against the gentleman. It's not about, well, I don't want that type of business, those type of people here. It's nothing like that. I looked at it as Councilman Orozco had asked me the last council we met, what was my no, and it was because of the sales tax. And the reason why I say that is I look out there and I see chiefs. I see your fire chiefs, I see your police chief, and they need help. And the only way that we get funds for them is through our sales tax. And of course the property taxes. But if we bring businesses in here that don't help, you know, we still have to service. If he calls and says, hey, I need a police department here, or I got a fire, we still have to service him, you know, because it's important that we service his business. It's not about him, that type of business here. The reason why I said I voted no is because I'm on this committee to change zonings or to do things that we're going to improve Leon Valley, and I look at it as a sales tax. So as you take your vote and your consideration on this, I want you to look out there and see our police chief and fire chiefs. They need help. They do. They need funds to hire staff. You know, the E-News, I think a couple of weeks ago, had two police officers on there, brand new ones. Great, man. Thank you. I didn't see no fire personnel. So that's the reason why I said no. You know, I think we need to look at businesses coming in here that are going to help our economy, going to put money in our pocket, into our kettle.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Good evening and welcome.
Hey, Mayor Riley, Justin Pulliam.
Yeah,
from
I
Fort
know.
Bend
We
County.
haven't seen you in a while.
From Fort Bend
Okay.
County, Texas. I've been a little tied up.
Okay.
But I'm in town visiting family.
Okay.
Yeah, I was overhearing the discussion of council members and the planning and zoning member. And I would just like to express that when I come to Leon Valley, it's always an amazing place to learn just how much local government is really the place putting the foot on our necks and just disregarding the Constitution. I guess the city attorney may bill by the hour. The discussion I heard did not inspire confidence that y'all care about our constitutional rights and the reasons for passing or not passing this. I'm personally in favor of greater property rights, but the discussion, just the topics that you're discussing, concerns me that y'all don't really understand a nation, a state, a city, which is y'all's purview, a city still under our federal constitution where everyone has equal rights and justice. And I'd really like y'all to consider not how you'd like to artistically create your preferred utopia city, but that each of us have rights. I know my rights have been violated here a lot, and I was very courteous to the city that I did things through elections rather than litigation. But I think that business owners here, our prospective business owners, should potentially start considering litigation. I think there's public interest law firms that have taken cases on matters like these. And I would just say that if it occurs to me that Leon Valley is really getting to a place where the Constitution no longer applies, I'd probably be, it would re-spark my interest in getting involved in politics. Anyways, welcome new council members. I'm Justin Pullman from Fort Bend County. I really like it here. This can be a great place. It can be a great place for everyone. I hope you can consider everyone's rights. Mayor Riley, thank you for having me.
Okay.
Y'all have a
Thank
great
you very
evening.
much. All righty. Thank you. All right. Any other comments or the council members? Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the table. No further discussion. And so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now, come on. Got to hear your voice. All those in favor say aye, or do you want to take a roll call vote? It doesn't matter to me. Okay, all those in favor. Now, do you all know what the motion is? To allow the bail bonds facility in B3 and O1 with I1, excuse me, with a SUP.
With an SUP, that's.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just want to, it wasn't approved for B2, right?
No.
For B3, yes.
B3 and O1.
No, I1.
I'm sorry, I can't see that over there. It's O1's there and I1, that's right. I know, I see it right there in my.
The reason for not approval
I1.
for B2?
No,
They
that
don't
was.
have to give a justification, they just, they voted for.
I kind of feel like it's discriminating against bail bonds. That's how I feel.
Okay.
I mean, so,
Well,
I
thank
mean,
you.
I don't understand why we can't be there in B2.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if
Not a
there's,
good explanation for that.
this is something that we usually don't sit there and
You're an attorney,
go
right?
back and
They've
forth.
taken the vote on it already, sir. Thank
I spoke to
you.
like 3 attorneys, and they told me the same thing. They said they should allow you.
I appreciate your comments, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right. Then we will go to, back to the presentation with, I believe it was 5.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the city's pay plan for FY26. And Dr. Caldera is here to continue her presentation. Thank you and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this is going to be kind of almost like a workshop. It's going to be a little informal. You're going to see me kind of go back and forth as I try to explain this system to you and how we ended up where we're at the moment. But the reason that you want to have a pay plan system is it promotes equity, attracts talent, encourages retention, supports budgeting, reduces legal risk, and enhances morale. And so just a little bit of background. When I first started with the city, we did have a pay plan system, which means you would come in at a certain grade and you would move through the steps based on merit. In 2017, the administration changed that and adopted a minimum, mid, and max pay plan at the time. And the council at that time gave the city manager a lump sum of money. And to be honest with you, I looked it up. I couldn't remember. I think it was like $100,000. And she
was more than that.
Yeah,
I think it was $150,000.
And she spread out the $150,000 as she saw fit through the minimum, mid, and max. And so she used some justification based on a compensation study that was done, but it wasn't looking at really necessarily years of experience or certifications, or I think she looked a little bit at experience, but people were placed in this pay plan or in this minimum, and max based on her objectives. And so as I took over as city manager, we went through, this is my third HR person, so there's been a lot of hands in the old minimum, mid, and max, and it's become convoluted. And in my opinion, opens you up for risk, because some people that have been here maybe 1 or 2 years are getting paid the same as people that have been here 10 years, 15 years. And some of those are male and female. Some of them are female, and there's some disparity among race, gender, and so it does open you up for liability. It is something that I've been working towards. I came to y'all in 2021, and we did a market adjustment, and so we put people in the market where where we thought they needed to be, but not in a structured environment. Putting a pay plan together is very, very time consuming, as you can see by the data that was collected by the HR director. So I sent y'all the collective data. You could see the hundreds of entries from all the cities that went into that. And then essentially we gathered data from various cities, from Universal City, Church, Fredericksburg, Converse, Alamo Heights, Chavano Park, and Terrell Hills. But of course, we don't compete with Church. Church is 42,000 in population. They're a lot larger than we are. And so when I put together what we would consider starting salary, I used cities that were pretty close to our population size. And I did take one large city, which is the 19,000 that you'll see from Universal City, and one really small city, which is Chavano Park at 3,000. And so you will see that the majority of positions, and I sent y'all that data, and it's listed as approved cities, you will see that I took the data from those cities to come up with what would be considered a starting point. Now there's some positions, and if you go through the list that I sent you, you will see that I had to use maybe Terrell Hills or Castle Hills and one of those other cities in order to get a data set. So there's some cities, library is a prime example, that don't have a library. And so you have to use different cities in order to come up with an average of what a library director makes or library aides are making.
Excuse me, sure. So did you look at every one of those cities?
Every
like, for
one
instance,
of them.
Like for police chief, let's take
Yes.
police chief.
Yes.
And so you got their salary for all those cities, and then
I deleted Shirts and University Hospital. I would love to pay our police chief because I think he's very much worth it. But unfortunately, their police chiefs are upwards to $200,000, which is over what I make, and you don't pay your police chief higher than you pay your city manager. And so some of the larger cities or larger industries we don't compare to. Church is also a lot larger. They have a larger force. And so we didn't use that salary to come up with that average. So you just based it on the shorter list and divided it by the number of cities to get your average. To get your average. Just wanted to be sure and then
we
I'll
all
go
were on
into
the same
and I'll
page.
show you a little bit of what that is.
Okay. Councilor Orozco, did you have a
Will you
question?
go back one slot also? Yes. Was the home income taken into consideration? Like, for instance, Alamo Heights, their Valerian tax for the houses, they
That's actually not true. So Alamo Heights has changed quite a bit. Their demographics has changed. But no, we're not taking you just because you live here in comparison to Chavano Park, let's say, that's who I'm losing officers to. So I need to be able to compete with the surrounding area. Taking a look at their demographics in comparison to us doesn't do any good for employee population.
Even though it means that the Valerian money is coming into the city.
That's just like any city has. So for instance, Universal City and Live Oak has IKEA. And they generate a lot of money, and I don't take it. So I'm not supposed to pay my staff just because they have an IKEA. That doesn't work that way. So you have to make sure when you're taking a look at cities, every city has something valuable about them. We do too. We have our own water system. We have the aquarium. I know some of y'all don't like the aquarium, but the aquarium does generate the city council. The aquarium doesn't. The aquarium does generate a lot of sales tax. And if I looked at Castle Hills might say, well, we don't want to pay our police what Leon Valley's paying. They have the aquarium. They generate X amount in sales tax. And so you can't really take that into account when you're selecting cities, or you would have no cities for a data set. Because I can tell you right now, in your data set, Helotes has their new Walmart and all of the stuff along 1604. And so we don't have a Walmart. We have an HEB, but we don't have a Walmart. They have both. And so, but if you go through the pay system, their population is more still rural. Like they don't have a condensed population. And so their police calls are much different than our police calls. It'll change over time, but the workload is very different. You want to compare yourself to Alamo Heights. You want to compare yourself to Chavano Park. Those are more condensed cities that typically when you have a more dense city, you're going to have more fire and EMS calls and more police calls. So I did make notes. There are some variations for some positions. They're unique. I'll take Crystal Miranda as an example. She's probably the only one of her nature that exists. She is our webmaster. She is our community and conference center manager. She is also your social media person. In almost every single city, those 3 jobs are individual positions. So she's doing 3 jobs as one individual. And so I had to look at her very separately and see where the majority of her time is spent in order to come up with an average salary for her. But that's when I say there's unique positions. For a long time, I was a unique position because I was IT, HR. I was a bunch of things at one time. And so it was very hard to find a fit for me when you're looking at a salary survey.
Is Roque wearing different hats as well?
So Roque is considered an executive ED director. We can get into detail. I was trying really hard not to jump into specific detail, but Roque is not a certified ED director. So when you're comparing yourselves to counterparts, he also doesn't have the same level of experience as the other directors do. He is taking on supervising code enforcement and IT at the moment. So I've listed him as an executive director. So he is unique in the sense that it's not typical for ED to supervise those 2 things. And so we kind of had to find a spot for him as well. And that's why I listed him as an executive director, because couldn't come up with another title.
Okay, he's doing a good job.
All right. Councilor Campos.
So, Dr. Caldera, I think this is a very important issue, very supportive. We need to really take a look at this. But when I was looking at the other cities that we're being compared to, one that sticks out that pays way out of our range, I noticed is Fredericksburg.
Absolutely.
Right? And so what I did is I went by each one of these to see what is their general fund revenue.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
And on Fredericksburg, just their general fund revenue is $23 million, where ours is 14. But on top of that, they have other items such as, I think they even have a utility district which includes electrical and water.
Oh, wow.
So their total revenue is at $71.8 million, okay,
Way out.
for the year. And so that's I find that where, well, there's no way that
Sure.
we're in that same ballpark.
So, right, from a revenue standpoint, you're absolutely not. But from a staffing standpoint, you are. So, your population is the same, the call volume is the same, the amount of work is the same. Now, there's a reason I left Fredericksburg in there. So, if you look at the total data set, what I did first was I took a look at, let me remove shirts, let me remove some of the higher dollar amount positions. What it ended up doing is shrinking your data set, and it actually increased your minimum salary. So by removing them in some of the positions, it threw your salaries way out of whack and out of whack. So if you can go in and take a look at the total collective spreadsheet that I sent you, and you can try to do the same thing. So what I did was I put in what you would consider very poor cities, right? Cities that don't have a whole lot of money. And then I considered cities that did have a lot of money. And then I considered cities that had a medium amount of money to make sure that your sample was accurate. You want to make sure that you have a high city with a high population and a low city. You want to take a look at a city like Helotes that doesn't have a very high general fund. If you take right? So if I go in, if I remove Fredericksburg, then I'm going to go in and remove Helotes. And what do you think that's going to do to your midpoint? And so if you take a look at actually where I put people, so yes, Fredericksburg does skew it, but when you actually look at your pay plan, so I'll go over the policy in just a second. I'm going to pull up something so I can kind of show you what I'm talking about, because it's easier to see. So
But I see what you're saying. They've got a higher general fund, so they should be able to pay higher salaries, right?
Right. So in looking at your starting pay, it's easier for me to do. Police is always a good one. All right. So when you take a look at the police, the patrol officer position, and the data set I used for patrol, I did not take the average pay from all of the positions that were added. What I did was I took a look at police officers year one. So if you look at the approved cities on that spreadsheet that I gave you, I took for just the starting pay. So your starting pay is going to be midpoint. So we don't start at the minimum, we start at the midpoint, and I'll address that in just a second. So that $61,183, you're sitting right now, your patrol officers are starting at $59,904. You're bringing your patrol up to $61,183. Fredericksburg is at $71,000. Everybody else is sitting around the $60,000 mark. Converse, Fair Oaks, Castle Hills even is sitting at $58,000. And so the starting salary will be now $61,183. So when I took a look at Fredericksburg police are on the lower end. So for me to get starting salary, I took the average of 0 to 1 years on patrol. So if you go to that spreadsheet, you'll see my justification on the side. And so you would only be going up a little over $1,000 for your starting patrol, but it would put you at least somewhat comparable to Fair Oaks and Castle Hills if you take a look at the starting pay. Now let me go back. Pay plans are complicated, so bear with me. Part of the policy is that we start at midpoint, which is $61,183. We don't start at minimum, and that's to protect you long term. Let me show you what happens.
If I make your minimum, which is actually the starting pay for everybody else, close to 61,000, you'll see it up there, it's 64,800. Your new mid becomes 75,000 and your new max becomes 90,720. To protect you from that high of an increase, I start your pay salary at 61,183. So take a look at that max amount. Your now max is 73,000. So I'm protecting you from long-term max. So if your real minimum, like everybody else's minimum, sat at even 58,000, you couldn't support yourself long-term with the max being close to 100,000. So we set your midpoint at the average salary. And so everybody starts at the mid to keep your spread appropriately. And so now, I know it's hard to see. I also printed it out for y'all. So now if you take a look at patrol officers, their spread will start at 61,183. And then the way you put them in the pay system to get us started is by years of service in order to keep it equitable. You don't take any other criteria. You don't take certification. You don't take years of it. The only thing you're taking is this years of service just to be fair. How long have you been here? Then after this first year, after you put them in a system, then those years turn to steps. We will flip them to steps. And then the way they would continue to move through the system is based on merit. And the merit that I have right now in between each step to your max is 2%. But each given year at your budget, you will make the decision of what that will be. It could be 1.5, it could be 1, depending on what your budget could support between the steps. But what this now provides you is a maximum. So you won't, hopefully, if you have the right finance people, and you should never overpay for a position. And so I always use a garbage man as an example because I don't staff garbage people. But if you had a garbage man that worked with the city for 30 years and just continued to get pay increases without a max, you could essentially be paying him $300,000 a year. I'm going to use an astronomical amount. And so is that position, nothing against garbage people, but is that position worth $300,000 a year? No, it's not. So you want to make sure that you set a cap, which we currently don't have. People are just continuing to get merits and cost of living. And so last year you gave a 2% merit and a 3% cost of living, which was 5% increase. Well, everybody got it, right? Everybody, I mean, for the most part, merits happen here. Everybody does their job, and so they get their merit. There's maybe 1 or 2 a year or 3 a year that don't get a merit. But then they just, it was kind of like everybody got a 5% increase. And so what it did was people that had been here 2 years are now still making very good money, right? But the same amount as somebody that, say, has been here 10 years. 10 plus years. Now, I did find a few people, and I did send y'all that spreadsheet with the notes. You'll see some people got a 20% raise to put them in the system, and some got 0.19. And some people got 2%. Some people got 3%. Now, the directors are handled differently. Directors aren't put in a system based on years of service. Directors are hired because they're exempt FLSA staff. They are hired and put into a market rate based on education, experience, certification. There's a lot that goes into developing where they're going to, how much you're going to pay them, the job that they're doing, how many people they're supervising, and the work that goes into it. And so if you were to have deleted Fredericksburg, it has absolutely no impact on that minimum. The reason that I provided you all those numbers is so I gave you everything I got. And so I wanted y'all to have everything because I never want anybody to accuse me of manipulating the system. And so I gave y'all the starting salary for patrol, fire and paramedics, and your labor force. Those are the 3 positions that will set your pay scale. So once you pay your labor, say $20 an hour, which is what this pay plan will do, they'll go from $17.89 to $20.11 an hour. Well, I can't pay that to a police officer,
right? You can't start a police officer at $20 an hour if you're paying your park maintenance person $20 an hour. And so you have to make sure your pay plan is supports the industry that they're in. And so you hope when you get your data set that that's what happens. It doesn't always happen. So sometimes in some of the positions, and you'll look at that spreadsheet and you'll see my notes on the side where it says 0 to 1 year, there's no data set for. So like some corporal position was like a really good example. If you took a look at the police corporal position, most of those people had been in those positions for extended periods of time. We were the newbies. Our corporals have only been in the positions 2 years, 1 year. We have a vacant corporal position. So there was really no comparison. All I had to do was make sure that there was an average data set and to make sure they were making more than a lower ranking patrol officer. And so you make kind of an educated guess. I make a star on my justification. If you don't agree with my justification for each of those positions, we can, again, this is an open conversation. This isn't, I would like some direction because it will help me move forward in the budget process. And so if this is something you like, I would never outprice y'all. Like, I'm not one to do the budget and be like, oh, you're in the hole because we want to get paid more. If you look at how I adopted, you'll see that the minimum start for almost every position is within, I mean, you saw the patrol. They're not, I didn't pay them I didn't pay them $10,000 more than what we were getting. So, see. So there is the patrol. Next is firefighters. Firefighters becomes a little bit different. So you'll see here, firefighters will go from 59 to 61, 846 is the starting. You'll see where we're at, which is 59, 887. Everybody, even if we go up to 61, we'll still be a little bit lower. The big thing for us is that all of our guys are paramedics. And so most of these cities, including Live Oak, is EMT only. And so they hire firefighters EMT. The council in the past has said that they prefer a higher level of service if 911 is coming to their home. EMTs are just pick up, go, and they're more transport. They can initiate like first aid and stuff like that. But your paramedics are going to be able to give you blood transfusions if you need it, administer different types of medication if you need it, whereas an EMT would not be able to do that. And so the council in the past has set that standard.
Why didn't you use Fredericksburg?
So Fredericksburg doesn't have, they have an ESD.
Okay, I didn't know what the ESD was, yeah.
Oh, they have a separate ESD. I used Bexar County District 2 because that's where I lose the majority. I lose the majority of my firefighters to District 2, City of Converse, Live Oak, and Chavano Park on occasion. I've lost a couple there. Our goal is to never lose staffing to a smaller city. I expect, and y'all will hear me say this, I congratulate the firefighters and patrol officers that go work for the city of San Antonio or the city of Austin. We want them to grow. I can never compete with those salary, those benefits, and potential growth. And so anytime I have an officer that gets picked up, I look at that as a pat on our back, a pat on the staff here, that they have helped these guys grow professionally enough to be picked up by a larger city. Unfortunately for us, we should not be losing staff to smaller cities. You really shouldn't. You do have a healthy enough tax base to support the people that you have. Now, this budget year is going to be tight because the evaluations on the property have gone down. And so the amount of money that's going to come in ad valorem tax is low. We've already got the estimates in, and I'll present that to you at the retreat. And so there's been conversation about adding staff. I have some numbers for that, but I don't know if next year's budget is going to be able to support that or not. And so it's going to be up to y'all to make some tough decisions on what that looks like. Adding this pay plan as of right now increases your budget depending on, you know, the parameters of the policy, anywhere between 53 to 83,000, depending on, you know, certain questions that need to be answered in there. But I was trying to get a gauge of, do you want me to continue to work as we are in the mid-minimum max and leave everybody the way they're at and kind of just
going that way or having a little bit more structure for your pay plan. So if you take a vote tonight, that's the vote, is the pay plan, not necessarily everything that I've put in this PowerPoint, but some sort of structure in a pay plan system is what I'm looking for.
So that figure you gave is 53 to 83. That's just to bring everybody at the mid-level. That doesn't include merit or cost of living, correct?
That would, right, and I wouldn't present that. So
Okay,
I
just wanna
wouldn't.
be
So
sure.
if you put everybody where they need to be, because and then it would mess up this whole pay plan, to be perfectly honest with you. So the first year we would put everybody what I would consider at market level. And then next year you shouldn't have to go to market merit. You should really be looking at cost of living. I mean, you would budget for the merit to move through the steps. But if you would be looking at cost of living. So what will change if you ever adopt, so if I'm not here and somebody comes to you, what will change in your pay plan is when you adopt cost of living. If you adopt a cost of living, it will change your midpoint, which will expand your max point. That's the only way that somebody who's maxed out, because I do have a few positions that you will bring to market. So I'm going to use somebody from Public Works. They have 18 years of experience, but they're getting only paid a 3-year person. You would bring them up to the tail end. You would pay them that increase, but then they're done. They're maxed out. And you can give them an option, like, do you want to take the money now, max out, or do you want to continue to move through the pay plan? Mostly everybody maxes out, but then they're done. They've maxed out on the system, and they won't get any other further increases from the city. It also makes it a little bit easier to budget for that a little bit. We would give all of the cost of living would happen October 1st. They would move through the merit system after they completed the year. So for next year's budget, adopting this pay plan will help you quite a bit, because what will happen is anybody that's come on will essentially almost have to wait 2 years to get into the system, because it's whatever year you've completed the year preceding. And so it is based on this pay plan is 12/31 of 25. And so if you've completed 9.8 years with the city, you're only getting paid at the year 9 mark. And so if I have an employee just start year 1, by 12/31 of 25, they won't have completed a year. They would have to wait for the following cycle to get an increase. And so it may hurt your budget this year, but long-term help you in the long term, because you'll have a little bit more control over your pay plan system. And those people that just start, they kind of get stuck for a year or two in that first kind of bucket, and then they start moving through. And then you'll have people that will max out, and then they're maxed out and they won't move. There's nowhere for them to go. If that makes any sense.
Okay, so did you have something, Mr. Campos? Go ahead.
So I like the idea of what you're presenting. You know, this is the first time I hear the fiscal impact, and it's good for us to know that as we go into the budget, because we're going to have to make some hard decisions on where we need to cut in other areas.
Right.
And just to comment on what I've seen in organizations that I've been in, where when somebody reaches the max level, okay, and there's a percentage, like a cost of living, that individual would receive that percentage as a one-time payment, as opposed to adding it to their compensation.
So you can't do that with city governments. It's considered a bonus, and so cities aren't allowed to give a bonus. You give them a cost of living increase, it affects their bottom line. We do give longevity, and so it's up to y'all on how you want to handle that. They can max out and not get a cost of living and not get a merit, but then you have a special provision in your longevity pay, and we would change the dollar amount per month of service, and you increase the people that have maxed out. So say year 11, so year 11 to year 15, you assign an appropriate longevity amount to give them. You cannot give them a 3% one-time check. It's considered a bonus. We've gotten legal opinions on that in the past, and you can't give city staff quote-unquote bonuses. Okay. And so You can fix their salary though. I mean, cost of living typically changes your starting salary pay, and so then therefore it increases your maximum amount, which normally goes along with market. And I would encourage y'all to do that. The reason our pay plan really got messed up was we were in the pay plan system, and we went like 3 years without a cost of living. And I was losing people. My turnover rate on average was averaging about 10%. It drastically increased to 23 to 26% that year. That's when Kelly came in and said, we're going to do a survey. And instead of spreading that money in the pay plan, she ciphered it out the way she thought it should be ciphered out. And it's not a wrong way to do things. It's hard for me when I have a female officer come in and say, hey, I've been here 10 years and I'm making X amount, but he started 2 years ago. Why is he making 50 cents more than me? And I don't have an answer really. And so I'm just trying to fix that. That disparity is essentially what I'm trying to do.
This is going to be important to not only retain our employees, but to hire new employees.
Right.
So
so the last one is the maintenance crewman. We would be going from 37 to 41. Again, you can see Fredericksburg, 60,000. You can obviously tell I did not include them. You can take a look at us. We're at 37,148. I'm just suggesting we go to 41, which is right here, and it would bring us back with UC, Helotes, Live Oak. They're all paying $20 an hour. And
Gotcha.
so, one last thing. So I got on this afternoon and I was like, okay, I'm looking for a job. What am I going up against? I have a new firefighter came out of the academy, new police officer came out of the academy. What's up? Live Oak Police posting today. They start at 63,000. I'm proposing y'all start at 61. They pay 45% of dependent care coverage. You pay 0. And their population is 15,000 and we're hitting towards 12. So that's the post I'm going up against. Castle Hills, a city that's 3,900 population, call volume is a fraction of what we make. I'm asking to get paid 61,000. They're already starting at 60. Terrell Hills, 5,000 population, less than half of what you make is paying $5,000 more than what you're currently getting paid. That's sitting there today. Pleasanton Police, because they're considered rural, 11,000 population, they're currently sitting at 56, which is 3,000 less than us. I will tell you that's a first for me. Normally we pay about $10,000 more than Pleasanton, Floresville, what we consider the rural area, and now we're close to them. City of Bernie, I know, but it's just interesting to see. They pay $64,000, but they have lateral pay, which is something at some point I would like y'all to consider, up to $82,000. So for a regular base patrol officer, they could start at Bernie. If they had, say, 10 years of service with us, they could go to Bernie and make $82,000 a year. We have a Panama schedule. This is Selma. They're advertising for a police admin. Their starting pay for their police admin is $56,000. You want to know what I pay my police admin? $48,000. So ask me if I'm going to be able to retain her. Chavano Park. This is EMT basic, a basic EMT. We pay our firefighter paramedic $61,000. They get a $5,000 hiring bonus, and their starting pay is $60,000. So $1,000 more for a less of a certification. Selma, they are also firefighter EMT. They are getting paid $3,000 less than what our guys are getting paid. Bernie, firefighter paramedics are getting paid $73,000. Their EMTs, what we are currently paying our firefighter paramedics, is $58,000. Firefighter, Live Oak firefighter, starting pay is $55,000, but then in 6 months they move up to $57,000. This is for EMTs, not paramedics. You can see you've outpriced yourself. Fredericksburg firefighters, just thought it was interesting. 60 again, these are EMTs. 67 if you're a paramedic.
And so that's what today in the market, if I was looking for those positions coming out of the academy, where do you think, where I can't, when we're saying we're having a hard time recruiting, why am I running 6 vacancies in the police department? Why am I running vacancies in the fire department? That's the reason. That's what I'm competing against. And so I thought it was eye-opening because I thought, okay, well, maybe my pay plan is wrong. Like maybe I've outpriced ourselves. Maybe we're fine where we're at. And so I did a job search today and put this together. And so I wanted y'all to be aware of where we're at and where we stand with the job market. And so do y'all have any questions?
Well,
for me?
so basically what you're saying is our mid is not good enough.
It isn't,
Yeah.
but you can't afford anything else. I mean, you really can't. I've done the numbers, as you can tell. I've not messed with, but I've done adjustments to the data set to make it fair. I can make it fair for like, say, 5 positions, but then if I do this, apply the same reasoning across the board, it doesn't make it fair for the other positions. So when you do a data plan, you have to make sure that whatever if I decide I'm not going to use the city of Helotes, I can't use the city of Helotes for everybody. I can't pick and choose because it makes my data set look better or look worse. You have to apply the same thing across the board. Now, the justification for data sets where I need to include another city like Church or something to get a data set would be the library is a really good example of that. And so there's not a whole lot of, like cities don't necessarily have libraries, and so I need to take a look at what other cities are paying their director. And so unfortunately, I didn't use Shirts and I didn't use Seguin for Regina. If I would have, it would have really priced her up. I used the city of Converse as like really her benchmark. And so, but Regina's made it twice to larger city application pools. She's ranked 2 and 3 for some large cities that are paying their library directors $150,000 plus. And we help her with those applications, give great recommendations because I will never be able to pay my library director that amount. And so I would hate to lose good employees, but we have to make sure that we're staying with the market. And I think sometimes, especially if you've been out of the job market for a long time, you may not know what the going rate is going for certain positions. And so it's my job to show y'all, hey, I didn't just make this up. These are the job postings. These are the averages that we took. I would have loved to use City of San Antonio or Fredericksburg or some of the Austin cities. They pay really well, but I didn't do that. I tried really hard to make sure that the starting pay, because that's what really impact your pay plan, was reasonable. But anytime I used anything else, getting closer to, say, like 60, if you wanted to price yourself right, 63 to 65,000, your max on patrol got really high. Now, what I did add, which seemed a lot of cities were doing, is a second tier. So if you look at your pay plan that I gave you, there's patrol second tier. They're not doing that in the fire industry yet, but I have a feeling they're probably going to end up there. For long-term serving police, anything over 11 years, there's another mid, minimum, and max for long-serving police, and so you'll see that on the pay plan. That I left nobody in there. I just kind of left it as a line item to have a further discussion with y'all to see if that's something y'all would like to do. You may not be interested in doing that, but I did add it in the pay plan for y'all to have an open discussion about.
Okay. So basically, you've set a structure with this pay plan that you want to keep long-term that we've not had before.
Well, not in a really long time.
In a real long time. I mean, because we've been in this position many times where, we've gotten farther behind and we never kept our salaries at the mid-level. So I know we need to do something on a regular basis to keep it at least at the market, to be at least competitive,
Right.
And I was driving down to the coast this weekend, and there was a sign. I thought it was Beeville. Starting salary for a police officer, $82,000. I'm like, what?
I had one in here.
Oh, no.
Wichita was Wichita.
Yeah, I
Texas,
couldn't believe it.
It was 102.
Yeah.
And so, it's one of those things. So again, I looked at here, the surrounding cities, and I did consider Fredericksburg. I mean, they were in my pool. I wasn't going to lie to you, but I also didn't consider them when we came out to starting pay because we didn't make sense, right? And so now I did use them in like the director's salary so you could get a comparative, and I gave you the list, but I didn't put the directors in a pay plan system, they stayed where they were at. And if they hadn't reached the max, which I don't think anybody had, then they were eligible for a 2% merit. So if you look at that sheet, you'll see next to the directors, eligible for a 2% merit. I don't think anybody was at the max. I have a few people pretty close, but nobody at the max, and so they would just be eligible for a 2% merit to keep them in a system, in a structure.
Okay, so you basically, you and I were talking last week, you basically touched every employee, 117 employees,
18.
to adjust their salary based on your experience and all the data at the mid-market.
At the mid-market.
Okay.
And so the policy itself states that the employee any new employee wouldn't start at the minimum, they would start at the mid. And I showed you why. If I put the new minimum at what the mid is, which is what typically when you do a pay plan structure, your minimum is the starting rate. But if I put the minimum, you would make your maximum too high. Mm-hmm. And so I put that number as your mid, and then it brought down what your maximum is, because there isn't, I mean, if you started off at that amount, it would be 93,000 it would be really high. And so the policy would be to start at mid based on how the pay plan was created, and they would move through. Eventually it would turn into a step system, and there would be 11 steps, and they would max out at the 11th step unless the council adopted a cost of living. Then the cost of living would adjust it, or y'all could adopt a differential in the longevity pay. Right. I mean, there's ways there's different alternatives to be able to do that.
The cost of living messes it up.
Well, the cost of living keeps
Right.
you up to date, to be perfectly honest
Yeah.
with you. If you had, back in 2010, never halted your cost of living based on budget, in my opinion, a poor recommendation, you wouldn't have ended up where you were when the other administration got here. I'm trying not to throw anybody under the bus.
Yeah.
And you would have been pretty close to market. I did the math back then, and I was like, well, and I do the main ones. I do always a firefighter, base firefighter, paramedic, base patrol, and base maintenance labor.
Right.
And then an admin type position is normally, I'll throw that in there. And if you would have stayed with your pay plan system in 2010 to current, given the correct CPI every year in the budget, you would not have been in the situation you were in at all. You would have had the correct system. Now, at that point, I probably would have recommended you expanding your steps. You stopped at step 8 back then. You probably needed to go a little further than that. And at some point, you probably want to go to 15 steps. But back then, you were at step 8. And so people maxed out at step 8. And then you weren't even giving a cost of living. So people went up to 5 years without a raise at all. And so,
and then we had a huge increase.
Then you had to try to bring everybody up to market. Back in 2017, they had huge increases, but the huge increases was dependent on how much money the city manager allocated for that particular. So just like I touched everybody based on years of service, nothing else. She touched everybody and gave them what she felt they were due based on other factors. And I think those other factors are very subjective, because I do value experience in a lot of positions over education. And so I would 100% take somebody that has applicable work experience over somebody that has a PhD in an area and that's all they have. And I've got a PhD, but I've learned along the way that application experience is more valuable to a city. Melinda's probably the best example of that, where she's been with us so long and has all of this experience, but she doesn't have a master's degree, right? And so, but I would choose Melinda over any other public works director there is. So, again, not that I don't disvalue education. I've got many degrees. I think they're an important factor.
When you looked at the years of experience, you saw that they had a higher salary. Yeah, definitely. Okay, well, let's see. We've got Mr. Roscoe, you had your hand up first, and then Miss.
To what Mr. Campos was going at. But first of all, thank you so much for the report. That's a very defining presentation, more than I've seen in years. Great work. And thank you for putting it in layman's terms. I really understand it. One of the things, well, just before I go, just so that y'all know that we didn't give our city manager a raise this year. And she's wearing 2 hats. She's also the assistant city manager as well. So we haven't hired an assistant city manager And how long, Crystal?
I've
5
been your
years?
city manager 5 years.
So she's been doing double work. I was going to go back to what Mr. Campos was saying about once you reach your ceiling and your maximum, the way we got away with it at work is that when we did our yearly evaluation, if they get an outstanding evaluation, we would not use the word bonus, but an incentive. And if you have an excellent employee that has reached its maximum, how do you plan to?
You don't.
You don't?
I mean, you just don't. You shouldn't be overpaying for a position just because you like somebody. I mean, you got to look at this as very black and white when it comes to pay. Unfortunately, if I could go around and be like Ms. Kensler and give people what I thought that they were worth, Melinda would get all the money, right? Like, I mean, and so she's here.
She liked that answer.
I was just going to give her a raise.
And so it becomes, when you look at incentive pay or bonus pay, you don't want to, yes, I think you should incentivize your long-term employees. But I do think if you have the conversation with them early on and say, look, this is your minimum, mid, and max, and the max gets adjusted based on cost of living. I mean, if the cost of living goes up, those positions go up, and that's, at some point, I think most of the employees are reasonable and they understand that their position has a value. I used to deal with this in insurance all the time, unfortunately. I give an example of 2 car accidents. I had 2 car accidents over the span of 5 years. Both resulted in deaths. One was educated, one was degreed, the other one was not. Who do you think I paid out more to? Bodies, right. Bodies are same thing. It's a very crude way to look at things, but people in general, just like positions, have a dollar amount associated with it. And so, unfortunately, I don't make those rules, but yeah, when you have somebody that reaches the max, they reach the max. And it will keep control over your budget system. And that's why I say your best bet is to touch your longevity, because your longevity doesn't affect salary. They're one-time payouts based on years of service.
Right.
And so if you have a long-term employee that's been here for 15 years and hasn't received a raise, then you look at your longevity table, and the people that have been here 15 plus years, you look at raising that dollar amount for a longevity. And that's how you kind of, quote unquote, I guess, give a bonus. And so you're not affecting your pay scale system. But if you keep up with your pay scale and give it the appropriate CPI every year, you shouldn't be outpriced by the market. And then somebody should, at least every 2 to 3 years, be doing exactly what I just did, to go and just make sure that your current salaries are in line. And it, hopefully, when you look at that, they will be. If you kept up with CPI, you wouldn't have to have these big adjustments, is the thought process.
Thank you. Councilor Mers.
So I'm still a little fuzzy on this, using the midpoint as your starting, because in my mind, that compresses your range and people are going to max out quicker if you're starting them at the midpoint rather than at the min. And why do you even have a min if you're not using it for anything? I'm not understanding.
Right. So we can certainly shift it over. But again, long term for your budget, if you adopt a pay plan system, it will hurt you. I mean, you don't have the funds to be able to do that. So the example that I gave you, your minimum would actually be the 63,000. And so what will happen is it changes your mid to 75 and your max to 93, whereas now your max is 75. So I'm looking at who's coming. I'm also paying attention to who's coming up in those parameters, and I'm looking at your future budgets. And I'm assuming, like, I have to make the assumption that y'all don't raise property tax by 5 cents. Right now, just to make the same amount of money in ad valorem tax as you did last year would require almost 2.5 cents increase just to make the same amount in ad valorem tax based on the new evaluations that came in. We had a $31 million decrease in evaluations. So I am trying to work within a budget that is showing at least 217,000 to be exact, decrease in the amount of ad valorem tax we're going to receive next year. And so your future financial health, and I'm assuming y'all say aren't going to raise the property taxes by 5 cents, right, to keep up with that.
I'm looking that long term. So if you adopt a pay plan that has the minimum as the starting salary of 63, I think long term you would be unable to support your pay plan. And I'm trying not to outprice y'all.
So one of the comments you made triggers another question for me.
Sure.
And again, my background is healthcare, and I mean, it was unheard of that we got cost of living. I mean, you got merit, and if your merit was 1.5%, you were a great employee. But if you're hanging your hat on this cost of living as your opportunity to keep people that are close to the max, growing or whatever, how can you justify when we're not getting a cost of living with our ad valorem taxes or with our tax rates? We can't just give a 5% or a 3% because that's the CPI when we're not getting that same CPI in any of our revenue streams.
Right.
So how do you
Then you don't, as in the past, you don't adopt a cost of living, you mess up your pay plan, and then in 2 years we have the same conversation when I'm not can't recruit anymore. I mean, right now your public works staff, I cannot keep a laborer. I cannot. I am so short in public works. They're turning over, and it's because they're leaving. They can go make $19 at QT. They can go to Buc-ee's and make, not in the heat, not in the weather, not digging up, not picking up fecal matter at the park, not emptying disgusting trash cans or cleaning up vomit. They are cashiers making that amount. And so what I'm trying to do is provide y'all some structure. And yes, your 3%, there may be a year or two that will not support a cost of living. That's up to the body to make the decision, hey, you know what, we can't afford to do it, we're not going to do it. But then so y'all know, right, I'm on the record telling you, in 2 years, normally because I've done this, I've been dealing with this pay plan for 20 years, and because 14 years of that was in HR, I've been in front of this body many, many times in dealing with staff pay. You end up with huge disparities. You end up with, needing $150,000 just to catch up to the market. I mean, for a while there, 2 years ago, I couldn't hold a patrol officer. I mean, we were running 6 to 7 short. Same thing in the fire department. We had a hard time recruiting. Even for your assistant chief position, normally I would get a stack of applications. This time around, I got, 5, I think. You're not, Mr. Campos and some of the members of this board have sat on my application pool, and you see what we get, and then you see how much I'm paying, and then you understand why the application pool and the interviews. I invite y'all into my interviews when you get there, if y'all want to sit in my interviews. So you can see this is everybody that we're getting based on the pay that you're providing. And so you get what you pay for in a lot of ways. I'm just trying to fix the disparity, the inequality, in my opinion, that's happening currently, that can be rectified with the pay plan structure. And it may not have to be, maybe you want to go 1.5% between steps. Maybe you want to go 1% between steps. Then you'll have 15 steps because then that new max changes. But that's the conversation I want to have. And I know it's going to be more tied to the budget, but I didn't know the palate of the council, if y'all would even be interested in a pay plan. So a lot of work went into this with a lot of faith, saying like, hey, do y'all want some sort of structure? Are you still okay with us doing a mid, minimum, a max, and just kind of?
Well, I personally would like to say that I think this is an excellent framework. I think you're definitely on track. I don't believe the mid-max is the way to go at all. You have to have this kind of a framework, and you've done an amazing amount of work for it. And I commend you for that, but I think the framework that you're building here is definitely on track. And like you say, there may be some flexibility in the steps, or in maybe there is a year where you don't get a cost of living or whatever. And I think those are the adjustments that can and should be made to deal with the budget limitations of that particular year or time frame. But you're right. I mean, pay inequity is the quickest way to lose your best employees, and just the hiring and the training and the cost of turnover is incredible. And so you're spending more than in replacing lost employees than you are in doing it right the first
Well,
time.
absolutely. And the good example, how much do I pay for bunker gear, Chief? $5,000? $5,500? 10,000. 10,000. So we have to, for every new firefighter, paramedic, they have to get their own set of bunker gear. They don't get to use old bunker gear. They have to get their own set. So if I get a firefighter that comes on for one day and leaves, and we bought bunker gear, we ordered bunker gear, that 10,000 is pretty much gone. I mean, unless like you get the exact same size of person by like faith, you know, but there's been plenty of times where I had somebody come on, they've been with us 6 months, they leave, you can't ask them to pay it back. It's against the law. There's state statutes that prevent that from happening, and we provide the bunker gear because you need appropriate bunker gear. Employees can't pay $10,000 for their bunker gear, and so then we hire a female. Well, the female's not going to fit in that bunker gear, and so you've got to order a new set of bunker gear. I mean, that sounds male and female, but you get what I'm saying.
Well, I think the police and fire are very unique, and like you say, but I was thinking about the other incentive of why people might want to work here would be our 4-day work week.
That's only for
They
your
live
FLSA. That only applies to your FLSA exempt employees. We have 2 hourly employees that can be on a 4-day work week, but everybody, your police, fire, and public works are on a straight schedule. That is
No,
more.
I said excluding
Oh,
them.
yeah,
That's
police,
what
fire,
I
and
said,
public works,
excluding them.
yeah.
I think, no, you can't, because they have a different schedule. And what was the other thing? Maybe they live closer to to their house and they don't have a longer commute.
The majority of your staff
thing.
does
I mean,
not
you just
live
don't
around
know. But no, I mean, but it's still the bottom line is money.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is.
So the staff likes to tell me, can I go buy groceries with it? So if I'm like, but yes, I mean, to recruit, I will tell you, on the director level, you're underpaying some of your directors. You just are. And with that being said, the reason I'm able to recruit and retain them is because of the 4-day work week. And so, or I have people that we recruited, in my opinion, that are top-notch individuals. And one of the reasons they even considered us was because of the 4-day work week, and they don't have to travel that one day. So they took the account on their gas and impact on their vehicle. Right. So that was a way for us to attract those individuals here.
Yeah, that was my point.
Yeah, so they do. I tried really hard to think outside the box and trying really hard not to impact the salary level to come up with added benefits. The new thing that's coming up, as you saw with Live Oak, they're paying 45% of dependent care coverage. You are paying 100% of employee coverage only, and you've increased your plans astronomically for deductibles, where when I started here was $1,000 deductible, you're upwards of $5,000 deductible, and in some cases for family coverage it's closer to 10. And so most cities are still staying and paying for employee 100% coverage. Actually, all cities are, and they're still at the $1,000 to $2,500 deductible. So yes, we're paying health insurance, but it's not comparing apples to apples.
Right. Counselor Heil.
Aren't most private businesses, though, you're lucky if they even pay your health insurance. So this is a great benefit to get free health insurance, dental insurance. And,
we don't pay health
insurance. Some of them it's a $10,000 deductible just to have a policy before it kicks in. So this is a benefit that really.
Unfortunately for cities, yes, it's a benefit, but it's a benefit all cities, most government agencies. I mean, Mr. Campos worked for SALS. It is part of their package. I mean, it is just, yes, we pick government because it's security. You got great retirement. You have great health insurance. I'm not comparing us to private industry. We couldn't even compete in the private. My finance director, are you kidding me? She'd be making a lot more money in the private sector than she would here. We choose government for a lot of different reasons. Some of us want to serve the public. Some of us are interested in government in general. And then some of us do like the health insurance and the retirement, and that's the reason we pick city government. But I'm never comparing us to the private industry. I'm comparing us to our counterparts, and our counterparts offer 100% health insurance coverage, and now they're creeping into dependent care coverage, at least for first responders. And so then that becomes a question. I don't know if you'll be able to afford that this year or not, but that becomes the question. Do you pull first responders and give them different benefits than you give the remaining of your staff? And that's been a conversation in the past too.
Okay. Well, it's been a long discussion.
It has been.
Yeah, it has. But it's been and there is possible action. So
And I know y'all feel I'm not asking y'all to adopt necessarily this pay plan like to the T. I am looking more for consensus that y'all want a pay plan. And so as I'm moving through the budget and I take a look and I'm 53,000 in the hole and that's the shortcoming, then we may not do the pay plan next year. I mean, but at least I know y'all are interested in it and I can make that a goal for an upcoming cycle. But if y'all are like, this is a waste of time, then
Well, I think in light of the job openings up there that you showed us, I think it would behoove us to adopt,
at least mid-range.
Yeah, at least mid-range. What do y'all think?
I think we need.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can I get a motion just so nobody?
Sure. I was going to say, that's why I was asking possible action. So if someone would like to make a motion to adopt this pay plan.
At least pay plan structure.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt this pay plan structure framework and continue the investigation and development and refinement of it.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Mersch and a second by Councilor Bolton to adopt this city pay plan as presented as a structure going forward for the FY26 budget. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. I think that was broad enough, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay,
And
very good.
And believe me, the staff's going to kill me because they would love the minimum to be 63,000 a year.
Okay, very good. All right, we move then to presentation 5.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution authorizing the future acceptance of the Texas Office of the Governor grant to purchase crime capturing and data collection cameras, safety cameras, to the city of Leon Valley. And we have our police chief, David Gonzalez, here to present. Now, you presented before, but that was because you applied.
Correct.
Right.
And to see if the council wanted us to continue to pursue
Yeah,
this grant.
mhm.
So
Right.
it is going in motion, and before it progresses in their pipeline, I need a resolution.
You need a resolution, okay.
Indicating that the council would accept the grant if it was
Okay.
given to us.
All right,
if
and
it
it's a
was awarded.
$53,000
Correct.
grant, yeah.
So,
Mhm.
I brought this to y'all because CPAC had brought it.
Right.
That we discussed it. And it's a tool that our investigators would benefit greatly from. Mr. Orozco, in his neighborhood, had a problem with their mailboxes. So if we had this safety security camera, we could possibly have identified a suspect in the problem that they encountered. So that's
Chief, how many cameras? I thought when you first presented it, we were just going to put them at the entrances and exits of the city on Bandera Road.
So
we can move them and?
No, these are fixed. These are fixed cameras.
Okay.
And we identified 14 different locations.
Okay.
And that would cover pretty much every entrance and exit out of Leon Valley, into and out of Leon Valley.
Even by Oak Hills Terrace? Even by Oak Hills Terrace Elementary?
That's going to be Ernie Kovac
Right,
over
that's
there.
Ernie Kovac, that's-
and the Ridge. Yeah.
So, no.
Okay.
I wish I could do every entrance. I'm looking at the major entrances and exits.
Okay.
Okay, so the Ernie Kovacs, we all know what happened the Christmas holiday and all the bad things that happened that year. So, no, we can't do the individual streets. Ms. Chasen was here earlier. There's a highway. I call it a highway. It's a drainage ditch by her home. I wish I could cover that because I know what goes through there. And
But you have 14 cameras, but they're going to be fixed.
yes, they are fixed.
Okay.
But they capture everything. It's not live streamed. It's captured. So we will be able to search. We get a partial play. We get partial information. It's a search tool and a tool that we can use to identify suspects.
So I read that there's no matching grant.
Correct.
So no match.
No match.
So it's 53,000. Is that just for 1 year? Do we own the cameras?
It is for 1 year, and that's all. The grant only covers 1 year.
1 year.
They're
So-
very specific that they would only cover 1 year.
So then
And
what's,
the proposal is for 2 years. So we would have to, next year, we have to budget for it.
okay. All right. Okay. And we assume it's going to be 53, but it could be
No.
more.
So it'd be less than 53.
Oh, it'd be less.
Yes.
Okay.
53 covers the installation and the cameras.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I think it was at the 42, I think
That-
is what it
didn't
was.
say. Yeah. Okay.
Is that for 2 years?
No, the second year.
Second, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Chief? Yes, Ms. Mersch.
So once we get the grant and install them, are they property of Leon Valley or do they go
No.
back?
No, it is the company that we are currently dealing with. There are 2 other companies that are beginning their programs that want to compete with the company that we're looking at right now. So I didn't mention the company because, as I've said before, if we get a better deal, that's where we're going to go.
Oh, okay.
We will have to decide when the grant is awarded. They will only give us the grant if we say this is the one we're going to use. So it's in the process. We're looking hard at all the different vendors. We are working with one that is in the lead currently.
So first year is covered. Second year, we
so-
have to pay. Then after that, we don't know.
We don't know.
Okay.
We have to evaluate it after the
Okay.
first year.
Okay.
I'm
just wondering about future cost. Yeah.
So it's like anything else.
Yeah.
If you buy it and it doesn't work, you're not going to continue to buy it.
Okay, so hopefully you're going to get some good data that you would like for
I
your
hope so, yes.
investigations. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Mr. Orozco.
We mentioned that when you first introduced this, the majority of the council was in favor, but we wanted to give the new councilors an opportunity to be briefed on this, and that's why we didn't put it in the consent agenda. One of the things that I did mention at the time is that we're right smack in the middle of the 7th largest city in the United States of America, and along with that, crime comes. And it's imperative that we try to do as much as we can for our citizens, and this is definitely an excellent tool to let people know that we're just not going to sit down and let you come into our city and do whatever you want to do. I'm totally in favor of this, and I'll make a motion to it, but I think Councilor Campos had something to say.
Okay, you can go ahead and make a motion and
Okay.
a second, and then we can have further discussion.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to approve 5.3, allowing the chief to pursue the grants for this.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Heil to approve agenda item 5.3 as presented, receiving the grant from the Texas Office of the Governor. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thanks, Chief. You'll let us know then when we actually get the grant, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate all your efforts. Okay, take care. All right, so then, oh, it's announcements. I was like, wait a minute, thought we were going on here. Okay. Well, I think many of us on the dais, at least Councilor Roscoe, myself, and Councilor Heil, we went to the Trilogy open house, Trilogy Grove, and they gave us these, everybody that came from the council got one of these things. They're huge, and they're heavy, and they're Yetis, so it cost a pretty penny, I guess, but anyway.
Yvonne got one.
Yeah.
Yvonne got one, and it's excellent.
Yeah.
It used to belong to her.
It used to belong to her. Now you're taking it back. Okay. Anyway, but we got to we did a tour of one of their open houses, I guess you'd say. Anyway, it was a beautiful $350,000 home, and it was, I think it was 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, an office. I mean, it was just, anyway, it was very, very attractive. And Drake Thompson, the owner, is very excited. I met the other owner too, and they're, slowly getting contracts for developing their homes. I think he said he had 2 MDs and a professor at St. Mary's that have already purchased some lots. So they were, and they're about 2,000 square feet, and they had one that was completely furnished, so you could really see how beautiful it would look. Somebody, as we were kind of waiting around, they fed you too, which is another thing. They said, the reason why we like the Trilogy Grove is because there's always a breeze. And there was a breeze when I think about it, but is there always a breeze there? So anyway, there was today. Okay, so anyway, I just wanted to say thank you for all the hospitality to Drake Thompson and his team. They really did a good job today. And there was tons of real estate agents. That's who it was really primarily for. They actually had their ribbon cutting many months ago, which I didn't know. And so, but this was the open house. It was very nice. So it'll be a very interesting, it'll be an upgrade for our community, that's for sure. What did you like to say? Because I know, did you get to go in and see the house too?
I did. It was excellent. It
Yeah,
was excellent.
yeah.
So,
Okay,
okay.
so I just
Go ahead
wanted
and finish up,
oh yeah, let me just finish. So then I wanted to let everybody know, and I think it's in the manager's report, but I wrote about it in the Lions Roar as well. June 3rd is our next meeting, and then after that, this is the second year that we take a break for people to go out of town, for the staff to go out of town, and just to kind of slow down and while we get ready for 4th of July, or when I say we, the staff puts forth so much effort on that. So we will not meet after June 3rd. That'll be our last meeting. We'll pick it back up on July 15th. So we'll take that time out for the summer break. But just know that if you need anything, we're here to help. Just give us a call. Doesn't mean that we're not going to be responsible. We will still be very, very responsive. Okay, and then last but not least, just wishing everyone a safe and happy Memorial Day weekend. I can't believe summer is here. So, okay, yes, Councilor Orozco, you're next.
I want to welcome our new counselors that got in today, and very proud of them, and Mr. Campos as well. And there's one thing that I read every time that we swear some of our counselors in. I'd like to read it again. It says, we live in a world in which we need to share responsibility. It is easy to say, it's not my child, it's not my community, it's not my world, and it's not my problem. Then there are those who see and need and to respond. I consider these people my heroes. Whether you realize it or not, by taking that oath today, people are seeing you in a different light. They're seeing you take responsibility, and a lot of people see you as their heroes for trying to be there and do that job. Again, thank you for answering that call. And second, I got a whole bunch of stuff. Congratulations to our only high school graduates, Marshall High School. They have 558 graduates graduating, and the choice of colleges is Texas A&M, maybe the Maroon. I don't know what it is, But and also, as the mayor mentioned, hope you enjoy your Memorial Day. And just to give you a little history, in World War II, 407,000 plus Americans died in that war. In Vietnam, 55,000 plus. In Korea, 36,000 plus. And these men and women gave their lives so we can be here, so we can able to fight and fight for the people and to make the United States of America a better place to live. They gave up their lives. And so when you're there in Memorial Day barbecuing, and I know I will too, consider them and consider the families, not only in the United States, but in Leon Valley, we lost a lot of people during these wars. And this doesn't include Afghanistan and all the other scrimmages that we had that really took a lot of lives. But we do have an opportunity. A while back, I put in the agenda, and Crystal helped me with that, thank you, to put in a small memorial for veterans, as Mr. Rodriguez had mentioned earlier. He's been fighting this for several years, and I promised that I would try to pursue this. So I did contact many veterans organizations. And unfortunately, they are struggling because of COVID. They're still trying to get out of it. They're trying to come back financially. So hopefully, I'll continue working on this. And maybe when we have a retreat, we'll discuss this. And maybe we can honor the men and women that died for our country.
Good. Okay.
And let's see. The new members, the police advisory group, you have the opportunity to mention 2 members. And so if you can decide, they should have already put in their applications in. And if not, I guess talk to Sandra. And one of the persons that's the chairman, who's doing an excellent job, and he's one of our businessmen, is Mr. Rubio. And that falls under Danielle Bolton's. So maybe if you would like to pick him up, if not, we'll find a way to continue to get him in there. Rodriguez, well, I think I said too much already. But
thank you. No, you're very articulate tonight and very passionate, so we love it.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, no problem. All right, anyone else? Yes, Councilor Campos and then Councilor Heil.
Again, congratulations to the new council members. Really looking forward to working with you over the next 2 years. I wanted to let our community know, if you go by the old pool, it's kind of at a standstill, and I think...
we had a discussion while you were gone.
Right,
yeah.
where we're waiting for CPS to cut the power so more work can go about that. The hike and bike trail, segment 2, the 100% plans are going to be submitted over the next few weeks, so we're looking forward to that. And then lastly, I'd like to thank all our public works, all our first responders for all their hard work. This is May, and we've had 100-degree temperature while I was away, and that's hard work. So please extend our gratitude for their work, and thank you.
And drink a lot of water. Stay hydrated, right? Councilor Heil.
I've had several neighbors contact me about the different colored markers on the sidewalk. They want to know if it's chalk marks, what they are. I called Miss Moritz, and everyone means something. And so on the next Lion's Roar, she's going to put in there what each of those means. And there's blue ones, there's pink ones, there's green ones, there's 7 or 8 different colors?
Markers where? Where?
On the streets.
Marking different utilities.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I've seen that, but I didn't know exactly where. Okay. Thought I saw one in the Did y'all mark something in the natural area with white chalk? Okay. All right. I saw that today. Okay. Well, good. So we'll get to educate ourselves on that. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Well, very good. Thank you very much for those announcements. And moving then to the city manager's report, Dr. Caldera, you're next.
So my city manager's report is online. I emailed it to you. It's out in the foyer. The only thing that I would like to add is the citywide garage sale is this Saturday, May 24th from 8 to 6 p.m. We have 101 have registered, and that's the largest we've ever had.
Wow.
Deadline to get on the list to participate is Thursday, May 22nd at 5 p.m. Contact the city secretary. The list will be available at City Hall online afternoon this Friday, May 23rd. And
So just a list of the 101
Yeah.
addresses, not a map, just a list,
Yeah.
right? There's a map too? You can't tell. Okay. I understand. Well, 101, usually we have about 25.
No, we've been having around 75.
Oh, really? I thought it was 25. Okay.
And then one last...
Their trash is our treasure, yeah.
So the one last thing is I have approved the guys, as we mentioned, the 100-degree weather, the guys that work outside, their schedule will change for the summer from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. instead of from 7 to 3, mostly for the asphalt and street construction. As they're laying the asphalt, you don't want to do it at the peak heat. It cracks the asphalt as you're laying it. So we've adjusted them by an hour earlier in the day. So just kind of an FYI.
Okay.
And they'll go back to regular schedule as we get out of the summer. 100-degree weather.
October.
Well, it's light about 6:15 now, so it's pretty good. Okay, very good. Thank you for that. All right, consent agenda, item 8.1 to 8.5. Is there any counselor that would like to remove one of those two agenda items to discuss? If not, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
I so move.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve the consent agenda 8.1 to 8.5 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. We've already taken 9.1 under the regular agenda, so we'll move to 9.2. Again, this is a, we read this one last meeting, but the council at that time wanted the new council to also weigh in on this one. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 1.09, Parks and Recreation, Section 1.09.034, Additional Prohibited Uses and Activities, to add a subsection I, Special Events, and subsection J, Violations punishable by fine, and Appendix A Fee Schedule, Section A 2.003, Municipal Park Administrative Fees, subsection G, Special Events Permits, and renumbering G, Swimming Pool Fees, to subsection H, to add a permit fee for special events. And again, we did have our first read on May the 6th, so this will be our second read, and we will vote on it tonight. Thank you and welcome. You've been
Thank
so
you, Mayor,
patient
City
sitting
Council.
there.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Looking forward to working with all of y'all and you again, obviously. So these amendments to the code is going to include some regulations, some fees, and a fine for large special events at our city parks, mainly at Raymond Rimkus. So the code already states that the entire park can't be rented at one time to any particular group. However, we had a person who was told that and told that they had to go to the park commission and to the city council in order to have their special event there. So what they did instead was they rented the pavilion at one time, then they rented the soccer fields about an hour later, then they rented, I think it was the tennis courts another time. Anyway, so they circumvented our rules and they ended up having this enormous group at the park that included Mayor Ron Nirenberg, and they parked up and down Cherryleaf and Peachtree, and they blocked everything, and the police had to stop what they were doing to come in and try and regulate the place. And of course, the only fees that that person paid was the regular park pavilion fee or whatever that amenity was. And so they had security out there that were not true security officers. They just put T-shirts on people and sent them around looking. And so we're hoping that the changes to this park ordinance will prevent that from happening in the future. If it doesn't prevent it, if somebody tries to sneak in the back door again, at least now we will have a fine process so that we can recoup at least some of the money that we spend with our police officers out there regulating the event. And so the amendment just defines the special event, and then it requires that they get an approved variance from the Park Commission and the City Council. It requires that they make arrangements for security, and it has to be approved by the police department as well as the fire department. So they're going to have to give us an application that has the event specifics on it and all the logistics that go with that event. And so here's the little process that we put in place, and y'all are more than welcome to tweak this if you'd like. And then we put in a violation of a fine not to exceed $500. Additionally, the violators will bear all costs incurred by the city for managing their event. Each violation would be considered a separate offense. So did anybody have any?
Okay, yes, Councilor Campos.
So I don't know if this question came up at the last meeting, but take the situation that we had in the park where individual people made reservations to use our facility. So when you're administering the fines, who would have been fined in that particular event?
It would have been the person who signed the application.
So if we had one for the soccer field, we had one for the tennis court, all of them would have been cited?
All of them would have gotten the fine.
Okay. That's the question I had.
All right. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, because I was going to make the motion.
Okay. Councilor Orozco and then Councilor Merce.
Okay, this was also removed from the consent agenda to give the new members a courtesy briefing on it. And it's quite evident that they abuse the privilege that we allow them to go. And this will help and maybe take a little bit more control on it. I do see I see the park almost every weekend, and I see a lot of things that go on, and help us, this will help us take care of this.
Okay, Councilor Marsh.
Is the $500 fine in addition to all the costs that are incurred by the city to, I mean, doesn't
They
seem like a
already
very
pay
big fine to pay for all the police and, everything else, so.
They already pay a fee to rent the pavilion and to rent each one of the amenities. There's a fee. And then if they have a large group, there's also a cleanup fee there. So this fine would be in addition to those fees.
But if you did have to call in the police to manage the crowds or whatever, that $500 is going to go nowhere for the police, right?
You can ask the police chief.
Yeah, so
Shaking his head.
no, it wouldn't cover the cost of the police. So the $500 fine in this particular instance would have been assigned to the pavilion, the tennis courts, the soccer field, the softball fields. So it would have been, it would have been
Oh, multiple $500.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, for
one
each,
because
yeah.
there was a
Okay.
different person that
So it'd
signed
been like
the
$2,000.
application.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that. So,
But now, we do have, we've had in the past, a person who threw a special event without getting permission first. They didn't rent all of the fields. They only rented the large pavilion plus the barbecue pit. And so that would have just had a $500 fine for that one event. But they had like 300 people for that one event.
and then correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Rodriguez, the max amount for Class C is what?
500 for this type of thing.
Yeah.
2,000 for fire and zoning related matters, and 4,000 for refuse dumping.
So I'm limited. But if we got there and say they were blocking, they just parked the cars all over the parking lot and the fire truck couldn't get through, the fire chief could go in and assess a separate fine for violation of the fire code. Or police could go in and assess, like for parking, we did tow a vehicle that day because they refused to move their vehicle. Well, they had tow fines associated. So there's other codes that they could break during the process of that event. This is just merely for violating the process for a large event.
We did have one event there where the people were cooking a goat in the ground.
They dug a hole and put a goat in it.
They were doing what, Melinda?
Cooking a goat, and they dug it in the ground.
So that was a
Capi-
violation of the
cabrito.
fire code because you can't
Yeah.
have open flame. It's supposed to be a pit.
Cabrito. Uh-huh. Well, y'all,
Get to eat any of it.
no, doggone it. No, but, when you go there on the weekend, I mean, now this was one event, it's just teeming all the time, from the baseball to they've got 4 or 5 teams doing that soccer thing or flag football or something. Then you've got the tennis courts. I mean, it's a very well-used.
Mother's Day was really used
Ability.
this year, and normally our Easter is one of our worst.
Uh-huh.
Mother's Day got pretty close this year.
Did it really?
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah.
I'll
So,
be. Well, that's great.
People know
Well,
about our park and are using our park, and we certainly want that.
Mm.
But when you have a whole organized event there, it makes things a little bit more.
it's a little, so this is going to manage it.
From normal people being, any kind of group, that's why we say you can't rent the whole park, because you
Mhm.
want everybody to enjoy it. And so
Sure.
by doing that, they've knocked out all the other people
Mhm.
that wanted to use it.
That's right. Okay, so what is the pleasure of the council on this agenda item? We do have a vote here.
I can make the agenda, that's
Okay.
fine. I'd like to make a motion to approve 9.2, amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, General Provisions Acts, 1.09 Parks and Recreation, Section 1.09.034.
All right, and a second? All right.
Second that motion.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Roscoe and a second by Counselor Mersch to approve 9.2, amending the Parks and Recreation ordinance for special events permits. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Melinda. Thank you. All right, regular agenda item number 3, discussion and possible action to elect a mayor pro tem. And we do have, every year, it's in the special, I think it's in our charter, but I know that we tried years ago to say, okay, can we do it quarterly? Can we do it every 6 months to give more people an opportunity? And for some reason, the answer was no. We can only do, it's one person for the whole year. And so if I can't attend something or city council meeting or a senior luncheon, then I would ask the mayor pro tem to please substitute in. So that's basically what it is. And I don't know.
I'd like
yes.
to answer that. Thank you, Mr. Campos, for being the mayor pro tem this year. We have a bit of a tradition here that we try to allow everybody to be able to participate as being the mayor pro tem. And eventually, our new members will get to that event. I'd like to, at this time, I think Ms. Heil has put in her time and has put in, and it's really your turn. And I don't know if you would accept if I would recommend that you'd be our next mayor pro tem. Now you're going to have to be as good as Campos now. You know.
That'll be tough.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So we have a nomination of Councilor Betty Heil to be mayor pro tem, and it was sponsored by Councilor Orozco and seconded by Councilor Campos. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you very much. Do appreciate it, and congratulations. And so I know the seniors are coming up, so I don't know if you can go, because it conflicts with my ACOG meeting. It's the last Wednesday of the month at 11. So
I
that
enjoy
would,
those people.
I know you do. I love them too, and one of these days I'm going to go. Okay, agenda item number 10, request from members of council to add any future agenda items. Anyone have anything tonight? Okay, seeing none, then if there's no objection, we move to adjourn at 8:57 on Tuesday, May the 20th. And again, congratulations to our newly elected councilors and re-election of Councilor Campos. And y'all have a good evening and a happy Memorial Day. All righty, thank you. Take care.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Well, I'm not going to be as good as you, but I will try.
My new council members, if you haven't gotten your laptop and your cell phone, if you could see Daniel.
What is it?
Daniel is out there.
Okay.
So that way you can get your stuff, and then we
Okay.
will discuss your
My
preferred
calendar.
form of
I should,
communication.
But I'll check
Okay.
my calendar and see.
I can stand up after sitting for that long. I'm not used to sitting that long.
Let's see.
Oh,
The 28th, I don't have anything on, so it's perfect.
I don't ever get to sit down at
I'll
work.
put it on. Thank you, though. Darn it, it's a little bit bunch.
I can walk 25,000 steps in a day. Yeah. You think that until your feet hurt.
Turn off your.
Oh, thank you.
Sandra, I don't have anything to sign tonight. It's not here. Oh, okay. I was going to say, wait a minute. I haven't signed anything yet. Okay, let me just throw all of this in. You know, I heard that phone go off at the middle of the wherever I was.
Oh, it was
I'm like,
Castro's back.
yeah, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I always turn off the
These are nice. I wish
Aren't-
I'd known about it. I would have been there.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Did
they
you
only,
go?
they
Did you
only,
go to that?
I didn't know anything about it.
Oh, you
Either.
didn't?
No, they didn't send it out to all of us.
Mm.
But that, I would like to see, I love going to model homes.
Oh, I'd already done that one. Oh, see, Art had not signed.
Right, he did, last meetings.
Well, I just told him, are you coming to June 3rd? And he goes, oh, I said, well, we won't see you till
Well, you
July
need to.
17th. And he goes, oh, okay. What's the announcement I made?
Well, the only one in there that he said he did not sign was the one that Suzanne, the bond thing. So I will get that one redone, after I give it to Suzanne. He wasn't happy.
That,
We were still.
well, that's what I was telling Art. I said, I've never had that happen to me. That's what he said. Well, I hope I didn't overstep it. No, I was glad you did because I didn't know how to handle. I never had that. Yeah. So he said I wanted to be the heavy, is what Art told me. You know, like okay. I said that. Usually they just say okay, thank you, and they. I don't think I signed this, did I?
No, that's just Crystal copies
Okay,
and
very good.
hopefully Art did.
Yeah, he did.
Did you see her glasses? The color?
How?
Did you see Mary's glasses?
Glasses?
They're stealing from you.
No.
These purple, yeah.
Oh,
Mhm. I had
Are
to
you
get some
jealous?
new one.
someday.
Someday you'll get purple ones.
All right, thank you. And again, thank you for all your help today on
Oh,
the
you're welcome.
reception and everything. It was,
The judge was very nice.
oh yeah, she's a nice.
She had a heck of a day and.
Well, it was really funny because Chris and I talked yesterday on Monday. We always talk Mondays. And I said, well, do you think that we need to contact the judge and just kind of remind her? And she goes, Mayor, you just too worry. You just worry too much. And I said, well, you know, I mean, I just know judge, you know.
Yeah.
And so then we get this email from her this
But I
afternoon
had
saying,
already called her office.
really? Yeah. And so,
spoke to Jessica and
yeah.
she said, well, she's on the bench right now.
yeah.
She said she
But
was
I
gonna
just
call
thought that
me
was
back.
interesting that she ends up emailing me. Okay, or just want to confirm I'm going to be there, and is there,
Yeah,
you know,
but
so.
obviously Jessica dropped the ball. I was like.
I've worked with her before in
Oh,
setting
really?
hearing. Oh, yeah.
Jessica or the judge?
No, oh, no, the judge doesn't
I
set
got
the hearing.
all that. You need to put your pillow in your office.
Yeah, let me do that. And
I
then
got
we're-
all that.
Then we're ready to go. Geo, let's see, what's this? This is not mine.
Recycle.
I'll take it.
Okay, thank you. And let me grab my purse, and then we're ready to go.
I'll do all that. You wanna come back in?
I'm just used to it. I mean, it's been a while. Let me have, oh my God, from the first meeting I got in 13 months. Holy what? How'd that happen?
Yeah.